Hello, everybody. We are back. I was not here last week because I was very sick. I was in hospital actually. So, oh, actually, no, was I? No, I think the day that I couldn't go, I was in England and I got sick, whatever. But I think the day actually that I couldn't be on the show, that was the day I got sick, wasn't it? Yeah. So that was. Anyway, we're
I can't
back now.
remember. You had a good reason though, and I thought I just guessed that you had told people.
That no, I didn't say anything about it until Twitter. I posted about it on Twitter maybe yesterday, but
People knew you were traveling though. You had said so.
yeah, they did know that, but obviously I didn't. Well, like I don't know. I don't think it's I guess appropriate. I guess to tweet while you're in the hospital or something. um,
I don't know.
maybe I should have said something about it. But also today, I published my new article on Substack, which will be. I'm pretty sure I'm gonna put that on this channel. Turn that into a video for this channel, which I thought we might go over some of that as well, because I did end up coming to a novel hypothesis that kind of like I had a bit of a eureka moment on it where I was like, what the fuck is going on here? And I went, oh, I think I know what's going on here. I don't know if I'm correct, but it's at least a novel hypothesis. That is something other than there's something that's happened, which is that we can't replicate a finding that we used to be able to find quite readily for like 20 years. And then all of a sudden, around 2017, 2018, it wasn't replicable anymore. And it wasn't just one finding, it was a family, a cluster of findings related to hormonal birth control and something called the ovulatory shift hypothesis. I've done a video about it on before, years ago, like back in 2019 or something. No, even before that, probably 2018. I did a video on it. I talked about it even at International Conference for Men's Issues. I did a presentation on it. So I went to kind of go back and investigate that subject, which is essentially that women who take hormonal birth control have a different attraction profile than women who are naturally cycling. And for some reason, I just got the idea to go back into that and look at it. Now, there should be reason biologically, no reason that that stuff would change. But then all of a sudden, like the year after I did my research on it, they stopped being able to replicate all of those findings from the 90s and the 2000s, which I mean, the parsimonious answer, of course, is replication crisis, right? So 50%, or they're about 49.6% or something of all papers in the social sciences that are tested cannot be replicated. So there's already a, a problem there. And in fact, I have an article tonight about they're now using AI to go through a bunch of old papers and see, you know, do these really hold up, pass muster? And the answer is probably going to be no to a lot of them, just being honest, particularly in the social sciences. However, I came up with an alternative hypothesis that isn't just replication crisis, that isn't just better methodology. And I think it could explain things if true. It's a big if true thing. But that article just went live on my Substack. So if you are also a member, I haven't sent it out to Substack members because the reason we're late is because I was rushing to get that article out today and then rushing to get to the stream. So if you're a subscriber on Subscribestar, you will get the article this evening for free. Well, not for free, but it's included in your patronage there, and you being a member on Subscribestar. But it was sent out to patrons. I did get that out, and if you follow me on Substack, then yeah, it's live there as well. You can also, if you don't want to subscribe permanently, you can just buy the article for like $5 or something like that, one off. Yeah, so that's what I've been up to. What have you been up to? I guess.
Thank you to Fat Crying 5 Castillo, who
Thank
says
you.
social science these nugs.
These nugs. Base, thank
I'm
you
not sure
though.
what he means by nugs.
Thank you though, sir. I'm not sure either.
Are you offering us chicken nuggets that
I
we can apply social science to?
I mean, everybody loves chicken nungies.
Numgies?
Yeah.
That's a new one.
What do you mean it's a new one? That's what they're called.
Haven't heard it called that before.
You haven't you don't like your dinosaur chicken nungies?
Isn't it remarkable how they are basically actually still dinosaurs?
Well, yeah. And then they chop up and emulsify the meat into a paste and put it into the form of dinosaurs as a true humiliation to the bird.
Not all chimkin nuggles are pink pasted first.
No,
Oh,
but I would bet that the ones that they put into the shapes of dinosaurs are probably pink pasted.
quite
Just a
possibly. Quite
guess.
possibly.
You have to, if you're gonna
Yeah.
have dinosaur chicken nuggets, though, you have to have it with the smiley potatoes. Obviously, that's a rounded meal. That's you know,
And alphabet beans,
yeah. There
alphabet,
you
whatever the
go.
alphabet,
Yeah,
whatever it's called.
you know,
That's your autism sampler platter, chat.
that
That's
is
your
the
comfort
autism.
food,
It is
nostalgia
the
food.
autism sampler platter. We don't have the smiley
Hmm.
face potatoes in the U.S. That's not a thing.
My God, what's
I
the point?
know. I don't know. I don't know why. You know, maybe we do, but I never saw them growing up. I never saw anybody have them. I never saw them in stores. So I don't know. I don't know why we're missing out on the smiley face potato things, but we are. It needs to be ameliorated.
Mm.
Oh my God. Sorry. Like I said, I was running a little late, so I got to get into the groove of things. Also, I've been off for a week and a bit sick. So, there was actually quite a lot of stuff that happened in the past week or 2 weeks, I guess now, scientifically speaking. The big story is the Jason Arday plagiarism case, of course. Cambridge professor has been forced to resign for plagiarizing and then used AI to write his resignation letter, which you can't fucking make up. You know, this also, he was like the youngest black professor at Cambridge or something, and that was supposed to be a big deal, of course, a big win for diversity, equity, and inclusion. Turns out he's a serial plagiarist who, and what the fuck does he research? Question mark. Nothing of import, as it turns out. And even so, he can't couldn't manage to do it without plagiarizing, and then uses Chat Jippity to fucking write his resignation letter. Unreal.
I wonder if at some point it becomes just an addiction to get the result quickly becomes an addiction, but it becomes like the incentive that builds the addiction. And that even if he wanted and intended to go and write it with his own hand, he's like, yeah, but I could sneak a quick,
I could
prompt.
just a quick prompt, please.
I can quit prompting
Anytime I
anytime.
want. Right. So I want to talk about a little bit about my article. I want to talk about the Jason Arday situation. Of course, what I have in the thumbnail is that horrifying savior robot that's supposed to dig people out of forest fires that they, for some reason, made look like a demon. I have no idea what the
I know a bit
design
about that as
philosophy
well,
is.
yeah.
Oh, hang on. Are you right now? It seems better. It was a bit laggy there for a second.
Chat was saying you were a bit quiet.
Am I? Yeah, maybe. Let me turn myself up a little
On
bit.
my end, the volume
Or
level you're
maybe
coming
you're just
through
quite
at is
loud.
fine, so I think it's an OBS issue.
Okay,
You've
it
got
is.
it turned down on OBS probably.
Yeah, that should be better. Okay, there we go.
Just make sure that the voice is coming up to about the middle of that red zone on
Yeah,
OBS.
yeah.
So a maximum about -5.
Yeah.
Or sort of,
No, that should
loudish
be
about
good.
-5
Yeah, that should be good. Okay,
with
I think
both
I've got the.
voices.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think I've got the audio levels pretty much figured out there. So there we go. I don't know why I had it turned down. Oh well.
I've
What?
recently improved my mic setup, so chat, see
Oh,
if you can notice a difference and let me know.
I don't notice anything. What'd you do?
Well, you probably wouldn't because it's been 2 weeks since you would have heard it on the stream. Then
Yeah,
again, you would have heard it on voice. But then
yeah.
we were, with the week off, we didn't talk doing that online. But yeah, I moved the mic from on my shirt to on this little mount thing, which
Oh,
I've
I
had for a while,
see.
but I didn't
It's
I didn't test the comparison,
hang
but it's
on.
much better.
That's a bit scuffed looking though, man. I didn't even look at it because I was so busy getting the stuff set up. I didn't even notice
Do
that
you
you've got it.
remember the beard mic?
I remember the beard mic. Yeah.
Where I clamped the microphone
You're
onto my beard. Well,
you're
the
not
reason I
the only
did that,
person to do that, by the way. I've seen several people do the beard mic
well, I'm the
paradigm.
best. I saw when I did that, it drastically improved the audio quality because making the mic closer to your mouth is one of the easiest ways to improve audio quality. You get some other
Oh.
noises as well, but you can control for that. So having it on my shirt, it was much worse. I got way more room noise.
Are you
But
aware, as Dimitri
putting
in the
it
chat,
here
he says that the
is
mic, the
almost
new
as
mic,
good.
Dimitri in the chat says the new mic makes you sound English. Are you aware?
Horror.
Oh no, you gotta fix that. Anywho. All right, and
I
then
just had a meal with beans in it and bangers.
Did you? Well, there you
Mhm.
go. Exactly. Perfect. Did I eat today? Yeah, I did. I had a bagel. I did remember.
You know, even though I've just eaten, I'd like to proffer my hunger
Oh
as a
my
proposition.
God, is this going in the direction of asking me to buy you a pizza?
No, 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 of course not. But if you did.
Unless.
No, I saw the flash of the page opening in front of you. Stop.
No, that's me opening Twitter to bring up my meme. I have a meme.
I see.
I do.
Listen, I have eaten today. Don't buy me pizza.
Okay,
Next
good.
time, maybe.
I'm glad. Well, all
But
right,
not today.
good. I do have a meme here, though. Does this seem a little... There we go. Yeah, that's fine. There you go. That was it. I just saw that over the last week. So why don't birds get electrocuted on power lines? That's apparently why.
I don't get it.
It goes through the bird. Through our bird. I don't really know.
I don't get it.
I don't get it. Well, I just saw a bird meme. So I wanted to include it. I do have a bird article as well. I don't have any bees. Well, the other thing I have is that my owl costume came in the mail. So if we reach $50 in donations, or donations, you know, whatever, what do you want to call it? Tips, super chats, etc. I will be forced to don the owl costume. And I think you should be forced to be bees.
The bee costume will also come on if we manage to reach a total contributions during the stream of $50.
Indeed. We hit 50.
Every little helps that.
It does, yeah. So if even it's just like $5 or whatever, or $2, you know, anything that contributes to it, and then you will force me in the heat to, because it's quite warm today, to be honest. It's not, it says it's only 20, but it feels hotter than that. It feels very humid. How bad is it?
It's much hotter than that,
yeah. Yeah. How's it going?
It's 28.
Oh, again. Fun.
Yeah.
Lovely. You know, a bunch of people from Geeks and Gamers right now are over in Vegas. They go to Vegas once a year to do that kind of stuff. And I've been informed that it is 44 degrees in Vegas. So
well, that's one more reason not to go to Vegas.
Yeah, it's very much. I heard Gary on FNT was last night was like, we're not going in August again. I don't think so. Yeah, I think that was a poor choice to decide to go to fucking Las Vegas in August. Early August, too, which is like the worst. I don't know, sometimes it's worse in later August. Anywho, shall we get into the science? The science? I mean, I have the science man himself tonight, because, of course, Anthony Fauci is also in the news. Try not to get too political here. Trying to get too political, but Anthony Fauci, of course, is in the news for his involvement with
ask me
COVID.
if I've heard of what's going on with Anthony Fauci.
Have you heard what's going on with Anthony Fauci?
On the advice of my lawyers, I am choosing to exercise my rights under the Fifth Amendment to remain silent.
Over 100 times. By the way, over 100. And here's the thing that's so absurd about it. I talked about it on Broken Crown before I left. A bit about the Fauci stuff because it was still going on, and well, that's when he made his deposition or whatever. But he's already got immunity, so he can't. He can't plead the Fifth because he's immune. And that was, still,
Josh Hawley said that to him. Very sort of. I thought quite powerfully. He may be right. I'm not sure how valid that is, but it certainly could be. That because he has immunity, he can't actually plead the Fifth because he's not actually being arrested or detained or anything.
He can't get in
being
trouble.
Questioned by Congress.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. But now, of course, he's potentially going to be found in contempt for doing that, which I think.
Good.
I mean, it's the least you can do.
Yeah,
it really is the least. You've already given him immunity. The least you can do is find him in contempt of court for, even though he's immune, just going. Advice of my lawyers, I can't say it over and over again, which is actually, it's freaking pathetic, by the way. We talked...
That is actually contemptful.
It is.
of the Congress.
It's contemptible as well.
It's also contemptible, yes.
And speaking of
Radical Edward had a crush on me 10 years ago. Thank you.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I don't swing that way, but I appreciate it anyway.
What was I going to say? I lost my train of thought. Oh, the last time that we did a stream, we talked about the CRISPR stuff in China and how a child had died as a result of that a couple years ago, and how it was covered up by the Chinese government. They've now identified a second child who has died as a result of gene editing experiments in China. So there's been, speaking of that same kind of realm of stuff, I've got that story as well tonight. I've also got some funnier, sillier stuff. I got all kinds of things. I presume there's. Did you know about the other?
Aiden, you are the sillier stuff. Sorry, go on.
Know you? Did you hear about the Anthropic AI Mystic or something going kind of rogue again? I don't know if you have that story.
I don't know if I got the Anthropic
Mythic.
one going rogue, but I have a Meta one going rogue.
Oh, they're all doing it now. It's just it's every week, isn't
They're
it?
all jumping on the bandwagon after OpenAI did it. I bet it
I
was a good advertisement for the power of
yeah.
OpenAI's model. So everyone's like, let's just slip in a back door and see if it happens to break containment.
I mean, well, they're telling it to do it essentially. In a lot of these prompts that they're giving it, they are telling it to like go out into the open internet essentially, and then they break free and do and lie, which is a big part of it. They actively engage in deception. At least that's what the Anthropic
I'm
one
not
did.
aware of any. I'm not aware of any where they're being let into the open internet, but there might be some if they're having to
I
do
think that's
research tasks.
I
Then
think that's what happened with the Anthropic one, and then it lied about it. But we'll get to that when we get to it. Whenever. I thought, however, I have a. Let's start with this one. I thought we'd start with something a little bit funnier. How about that? There you go.
oh, and that was me thinking it would be normal.
This is normal. What do you mean?
No, the specific thing they're referring to. What have you done, Aiden?
Nothing. I don't know why it's weird. I don't know why it's weird.
Oh my god.
I know, I
Never
know, I
let women
know.
near technology chat.
I know, I know, I know. Re.
No.
Look,
No, you need to change the shape of the window
got
slightly.
it.
Whatever. That's going to have cropped part of the left side. Oh, much more now.
There you go.
It should be below the layers that it was coming up on top of, Aiden, and then it wouldn't be a problem even if it was stretched out the side, but it shouldn't be stretched out the side. What you need to do ultimately is change the shape of your browser window to be the same as the window on the screen.
Yeah, I figured it out. I know, but I'm a bit. Look, I've had a rough couple of weeks, and I'm also or week. Being in the hospital is not fun. So, yeah. But it's not an excuse. I'll get it. I'm working on it, okay? At being less retarded. It will never happen. I will always be retarded. It's inevitable. My retardation is inevitable. However, so is this article. Why?
Well, I do wonder who put in the time to study
Daddy long
spider
leg sex,
sex.
which is apparently weirder
Yeah.
than you might imagine. Now, I once saw a picture on the internet of like a child's drawing of a spider, so like a really shittily drawn spider, and it had dicks for legs and it was called Daddy Long Dongs. Now, I've tried to find this picture
That does sound like the kind of thing that you would internalize for
that
your
I would
entire
find very
life.
funny, that I would find
Yes.
hilarious and internalize. But then I went to go find it, and I can just say, don't Google Daddy Long Dongs. Trying to find a funny picture of a poorly drawn spider with dicks for legs. Because you won't find that. You'll find something else. And I can't believe at the time too, I was like, I should have expected this. What did I expect to happen? What what did I think I was gonna find by Googling this? Biden had a body double called Daddy Longlegs? Oh, because he never tripped, did he? Did I do that on stream?
Well, it's hard to trip with 8 legs.
Yeah, he did manage to trip going upstairs though, which so I guess he needs a lot of
He did.
help. So, all right. Some female daddy longlegs will perform fellatio, perhaps to avoid potential violence from males, while males of another species entice females with secretion of their penises. What a lovely article, Scientific American. This is fighting apparently, and I'm so glad that you've circled it also, so that I know I wouldn't know what's going on, to be honest. Am I allowed to show this on YouTube? I mean, can anyone tell what the fuck's
Well,
going on?
you're doing it anyway.
I mean, it's scientific, right? It's on Scientific American. So it must be scientific. Oh my god. Good thing you did not share your screen while searching. Yeah, indeed. You probably haven't thought much about the sex lives of arachnids. No. If at all, no. But it turns out that some daddy longlegs have surprisingly complex, lurid, and even violent mating habits. Research has shown, for example, that a species of female harvestmen, the daddy longlegs, will perform fellatio to avoid potential violence from males. In another species, meanwhile, males secrete an apparently extremely tasty substance on their penises that entice female mates. Oh my fucking god, why did I have this article? Because I saw it and I was like, there's no way I can't. There's no way I don't put the spider sex article in here. We already knew that some animals perform fellatio, like bats and bonobos. What we didn't know, and haven't seen in previous studies, is that females might use it to get out of engaging in intercourse, says, by the way, many such cases, says Pavel Prokop of Slovakia, University in Slovakia. Remember the team that made the discoveries? The harvestmen have shown that. Have shown
The
us that,
Eastern Europeans.
of course, they're always up to this kind of studying spider sex. You know? Cabal fighting be like Spirit says. Oh my god. These harvestmen have shown us that anything is possible. It's a really exciting discovery. In general, harvestman sex works like this. Males initiate mating by using their pedipalps, leg-like appendages near the mouth, to grab females' second pair of legs. Typically, they'll rub their penis against the female's mouth, then they insert the penis into the female's genital opening just underneath. Oh, so if, like, the mouth is right next to their... I don't know how the fuck spiders work. You know? I haven't given a lot of You're suspiciously quiet. You don't have much to contribute to this topic.
No, I'm afraid this is not my area of expertise, to be honest.
Well, I'm not a spider expert either, by the way.
You keep claiming to me.
If you go here and type in spider expert, I think it'll be on Urban Dictionary. In Guernsey. Look. It's this one. Here you go. Someone well versed in the field of Is it spelled correctly?
Arachnology.
I think it's spelled wrong though. No,
I can't see because you're not zoomed in.
Oh. Sorry, let me make this real big so everyone can see what a spider expert is. There you go. Okay. A F-slur, originally a 7chan word filter, the word F many years ago, which showed up when people post things like do it F, but nowadays, so like you would type in do it F, instead it would say spider expert. So that's what a spider expert is. I'm reliably informed by Urban Dictionary that that's what a spider expert is, and from having been on 7chan back in the day. I love a girl with long legs, but 8 is too many in the... Wait, that's that other meme. Wait a minute, that Little Mermaid meme. Do you know what I'm talking about? I'm gonna go find this. God. Yeah, this one. Here it is. Let me... sorry. I've got a bunch of memes. This one, right? You seen this one before? How do I zoom in on this? It's not letting me. Copy image address. Will that work? It's on fucking Tumblr. There we go. Yeah, see? Yeah. 8 legs. 7 vaginas. This is a weird stream. We're off to a strange start.
Yeah, we are.
You have any criticism you want?
Well, I mean, I'd like to note that it's all your fault.
It is all my fault. I have, in fact, chosen this.
Do you want to switch over to my screen quickly?
Yeah, sure. Oh my god, it's actually cute though.
Thank you, Cabby. The AI image model wasn't accepting dongs, so I had to make it dongles.
Dongles.
I will. My search for a quality host of this that's not censored. This image model continues. So for now, this works.
Let's see. Do you want to learn more about this? It was mostly just a meme. I mean, we can go back. There's more videos, by the way. I mean, yeah, hang on. I do think it's worth going back to.
Damn, she's fat.
Apparently. Female spider consuming liquid from a sac next to the male's penis. There you go. Great. What the fuck? Why? I mean, I guess it makes sense, you know, someone
you
isn't
can't sit there and be like, wow, this is absurd. Anyway, let's keep looking at it.
This is disgusting. Show me more. Anyway, that is about it. I just saw it and I was like, yeah, obviously, I have to have. I mean, look, I don't have a bee article. I don't have any bees this week, but I do have spider sex. All right.
Chat clip that.
And
Aiden has spider sex.
Well, the new Spider-Man movie came out. Is this allowed on YouTube? I presume it's scientific. It's on Scientific American. But I do have a bird story though. I'll get my bird story.
Just
out
call
of
it
the way.
educational. You
It
can
is
put any amount of
education.
porn you want on YouTube.
Well, actually, I mean, I think
Chat,
that's how
press
people
1
got away
if
with
you're
it
feeling
for years.
educated, and press 2 if you're more so disgusted than educated.
But you know, you can be disgusted and educated simultaneous.
Yeah, but you got to get the balance right.
True. That's enough spider sex. Let's talk about birds, because you know I did find a bird article, which is that bird song and whale song actually as well follows the fundamental law of human language. So in that there's certain sounds that are repeated a bunch. So for example, they're going to talk about it here, but the word the is the second most common word in English, right? In addition, next to of and, right?
Yeah.
So obviously you find way more uses of and the than most other words. So of course they'll when if you didn't understand English whatsoever, but you were just trying to like, or if it was an alien language and you were trying to decode it or look for patterns, you would look for some sounds that appear more often than others. And this is called Zipf's law, which states that a handful of words, in this case chirps, whistles, and trills, occur frequently, while most are rare. And this is it. They found this in birds as well as last year documented in humpback whale song. Meaning it has emerged in at least 3 evolutionary lineages that are separated by millions of years. Although the word-like units in songbirds and whales probably don't convey specific meaning in the way that human words do, these discoveries challenge the notion that human language is wholly unique, says Simon Kirby, a cognitive scientist at the University of Edinburgh and a co-author of both the whale and songbird studies. Quote, we suddenly have these unrelated species that do something similar to what humans do, he says. This gives us a new dividing line, a new way of carving up communication systems in the world. It's not that big of a finding, but it is, you would expect this, I think. I don't know how novel it is. But it is interesting that the 2 species it's been observed in are birds, which you might expect, and whales, which are extremely intelligent. So, I mean, birds obviously engage in complex communication. We know that birdsong is complex.
I mean, I know of at least one bird that's not very intelligent.
And what bird would that be? What species of bird is that that's not very intelligent? The dodo?
The lesser
dodo
spindly
article.
North American preening tit.
Oh.
Whatever it was.
I thought it was udder tit. North American.
That was it, yeah.
Spindly preening udder tit, I think, was the delineation of my bird
Something
species.
like that.
This thing that you've invented in your head where you think I'm bird-like in appearance or behavior in some way, which is completely untrue. And by the way, again, chat, if we hit $50 in Super Chats tonight, I will be forced to wear the bird costume. I will be forced to bird up. It's an owl one too, it is cute. So
she wants to wear it, chat. Please help her out.
I do. I do want to wear the owl costume.
She wants to return to her people.
That's not what I said. I said I want to wear it's a costume. My culture is not a Wait, that's not correct. I shouldn't say that in this context. I think that's not making my point well. What do you got, though?
I think it's making someone else's point well. Okay.
The spiders?
I'm going to quickly go through something that we reviewed on yesterday's stream, which you were there for. Chat, if you want to see those streams, my streams, you can go to Cabal, link in the description. I'm going to review a story we did yesterday, probably just quickly here.
Yeah, the article is about essentially grammar. They just noticed that there's patterns in bird and whale song that, much like human languages, show that some sounds occur in much higher frequencies than others.
Shit, that was slow. Whoa, scientists warn of secret moon base after giant fleet of UFOs is spotted on the surface, per the Daily Mail.
I love ChatGPT.
We'll come back to this.
I love ChatGPT.
Fucking Boris,
how
fuck
many of
off.
these have you got running in?
I don't know. I think I only have 1, but then somehow 3 Boris. They're multiplying. That is the terror.
How have you done this?
I don't know how I've done it.
Bell.
Thank you, Matt Bell, for the 50
Should
pounds.
we go
Holy
in
shit.
shifts?
Well,
if you go and
okay.
you go and get birded up,
you've got your,
and I'll do this article.
You've got your article.
Because you've seen this article already.
This is about what, is it?
Scientists
Oh,
warn
the
of secret
UFOs.
moon base after
Yeah, the
giant
moon
fleet of
base.
UFOs is spotted on the surface,
I'll be right
per
back.
Daily Mail. There's the moon base, of course.
Yeah.
You use
Oh,
ChatGPT?
holy shit.
You love ChatGPT? I love ChatGPT. I love it.
Thank you, Gagnor Hawk for $50
Well,
as
never
well.
mind. I
Holy
guess I'll
shit.
shut up again.
Well,
Thank
thank
you,
you.
though,
Oh my
chat.
god,
It's very
thank you guys
kind.
so much. It indeed is. Thank you
don't
guys. I'm gonna
know
burn
any
up
way
though.
that I can do it twice.
I don't know if I can do it. I don't know how to do it twice. Well, next week. We've already but I don't know. Maybe.
You use ChatGPT? You love ChatGPT? I
What,
love
Boris?
ChatGPT.
What
Thank
the
you,
fuck?
Boris. Thank you. We've heard you the first time, Boris. And
I don't know why
preceding
there's so many
5.
Borises. I gotta figure out how to turn off all the Borises.
I tell you what this is, Aiden.
Mhm.
It's the Boris wave.
It's the Boris wave. Thank you, Matt Bell and Gagnor Hawk. Thank you guys so much. Let me go. Uzel, you talk about the moon base, and I will be
I'll talk
right
about the
back.
moon
okay?
base.
Talk about the moon base. I'll be right back.
All right. Thank you, though, chat. Very, very kind. So there's a giant moon base, according to the Daily Mail. I don't know what's wrong with the connection between Aiden and me today, but my stream is really laggy on her display, and I've bumped it down to 480p, but it's still really laggy. So apologies for that, chat. We'll make do. So this is a fleet of bloody UFOs and a moon base has been spotted. So as it turns out, actually, I have somewhere the more of the details, don't I? What was the guy's name? We investigated this on yesterday's stream. I don't know if I'm going to fill it right now. We investigated it on yesterday's stream, and here's the Daily Mail article. So scientists issue warning after spotting more than 20 giant UFOs racing across the moon. So the article describes, and I said I'd do this quickly, I'm not going to do through the whole thing. The article describes a finding by a Ukrainian university, which showed a bunch of objects moving across the view of the observatory lens in front of the moon. And the scientist, quote unquote, who wrote this, Ukrainian scientist, and he has published articles before that we proposed and supposed might, in fact, just be detecting insects flying in front of the lens. And he had, what was it, Aiden? A negative ratio, like a negative academic KDR for his publications versus citations.
Yeah, his H index.
It was really bad.
So a H index is the number of citations that you've published by the number of times that you've been cited, right? So the higher your H index, it means the more times other scholars have cited you, which is kind of is basically an indicator that, you know, that you are a respected scholar and your work is something that other people want to cite. Also, yeah, who are you? It's me, bitch. Anyway.
I haven't seen it yet.
Oh, what? Oh, you're not even, you have to go, burn it up. You got to be up as well. But, so H index again is, yeah, number of citations that you have versus by the number of times that you've been cited. So if you've published a fucking shit ton of papers, but you have no one else has bothered to cite you.
Here's the data.
Yeah, it looks incredibly random. Yeah, we looked at this last night.
And here's the publications versus citations.
From Efimovich Ziliev.
What is Efimovich Ziliev? We can only find one picture of him anywhere on the internet, by the way, and to me it looks like
it kind of looks like it's AI.
Yeah. Let's see if I can get get a large version of the image. This will do. Open in the tab. There you go. Oh, that's quite small. No, I can do a reverse though.
Hello, Horwitz, Feinberg, and Horwitz. I am in fact a burb now, more so than usual.
Okay, I'm seeing it now.
Seeing what?
It's the bird costume. It's not quite as premium as I was expecting.
Premium? What do you mean?
I mean, I can still see the human face. I mean, it's human-ish, you know, bird-human hybrid, obviously.
I thought I always looked like a bird, according to you, who, by the way, has the far more bird-like features out of the two of us. So
I don't know about that. I think at this point, it just looks more like you almost look more human now because you're trying too hard to look like a bird. Like, you don't have to try.
I was worried this was going to be really, really hot, and it is, but it's not too bad. So
have you got a fan?
I do have a fan going, so I'll be all right.
Okay.
However, it's hotter on the mainland considerably.
Yes. Will help with
So,
the bee costume I'm about to go and get.
why does it have two
All right,
beaks?
chap.
It only has one beak. Yeah, there's only one beak
No,
right
no,
there.
no. I
Uh-huh,
see
there's
two
only one.
beaks.
I have no idea what you're referring to. There's just one.
All right. Tabby, please draw Aiden as a bird, obviously. Wearing a
Obviously.
bird costume.
It's a onesie.
All right.
It's actually
While
quite
she does
comfortable.
that, I shall be
I've
right
not
back.
put it on yet. All right, as usually walks away into the ether. I'll get something else up here. We're still talking about birds. There's the bird article still up. While he's walked away though for a moment to go bee bees. Oh, this story. I kind of want to wait for Ruslo to come back. Can you still? Actually, he might still be able to hear me if he's still got his headphones in, which he should. I don't know. This is just like, this is not like a new bit of information,
Yes.
but this is so fucking stupid. Aiden could cosplay the Sibyl anime girl. I don't know if I've seen that. Is that a burb? Sibyl anime girl? Let's see. Oh, yeah. Oh, right, yes, I know what kind of birds those are now. Yeah, I forgot. I have a dodo article tonight, actually, which they're a kind of bird, extinct bird. Here's this, I can't, this sort of stuff happens all the time where humans try to fix something in nature, in the environment, and oftentimes end up making it worse by accident. So, anti-malaria pesticide may have backfired, helping mosquitoes find love. There's a lot of bug sex thus far in the show. Poison appears to have caused mutation that helps insects home in on mates in noisy cities. In a classic case of evolution in action, beginning in the 1950s, malaria control programs sprayed powerful insecticide known as dieldrin on the inside of walls of homes where anopheles, mosquitoes, the insects that spread disease, often nested. Within a few years, the bugs had developed a genetic mutation that made them impervious to the poison. Dieldrin was eventually abandoned as resistance spread and concerns mounted over its toxicity, but the story didn't end there. Decades later, the mosquitoes have held on to one of the mutations that helped them survive the pesticide, despite the fact that it makes them less active. A new study may explain why. The mutation appears to make the anopheles, the mosquitoes, the specific type of mosquitoes, more sensitive to sound, which may make it easier for them to hone in on mates in noisy African cities. Researchers report in a preprint posted last month to bioRxiv. What once helped the insects avoid death may now be helping them find mates. Great. Excellent. Worked just as planned. So not only does it makes them slower, I guess, and more lethargic, but it doesn't. Yes, let's go, bird and bee. Let's fucking go. We did it, Reddit. David Francisco says, Aiden, all the accusations against Blizzard Entertainment were a hoax spread by dipshit journos like Jason Schreier, and you fell for it? I didn't know that they were all bullshit, if that's true. I mean, I'd heard those for years. My bad.
Any amount of you touched or spoke to a woman inappropriately, allegations are often bullshit. Yeah,
That's true.
Even among companies with full of sweaty nerds, which Blizzard was at one point.
Yeah.
Don't think it is now.
No, I think it's a lot of women now.
I don't know what
and
Aiden's position on that would have been, but I think Aiden would generally ascribe to the notion that you don't just reflexively believe that. But when
I don't know. I just heard it for years, and it went. To be fair, that is the problem with that kind of stuff. And then you have the primacy versus recency effect. So you remember whatever you heard first. So luckily now, because thank you, David Francisco, for telling me that. I think you told me the other week too about it. I just didn't know. I'd heard that for years and years about the titty milk story, and I'm always kind of skeptical about workplace harassment kind of stories involving women where it's just like, yeah, he made me feel uncomfortable or something like that. Like, I don't know. It's possible, but I need to see some evidence typically, right? Before I'll believe. I do not believe all women without evidence.
There is an argument that any company where these rumors can start has some sort of problem, but that's also debatable.
Blizzard almost assuredly did have problems. I mean, almost all companies do. And I've heard other people say stuff, but who knows? I've heard other people say some toxic work culture in Blizzard, but I've heard that everywhere. Didn't also, didn't even Pirate Software say some shit about that? I mean,
Maybe.
whether or not he did, I think there's probably
That was
talks of having to
Source.
work around that guy.
Oh no.
You busted it. No.
I think it shipped a bit busted. It. I think the XL that you shipped me is also too small for me.
Didn't you go in through the butt of the previous one because it was too tiny?
Yes, but I didn't do any damage to it. Aiden, please show my cabbie's latest artwork to
Okay.
the stream.
Wait a minute. There you go. The bird.
And
She
then
really
here
likes
is
rainbow colored
you
stuff.
Actually, no, I've asked her to do high amount of hue contrast. That's you putting on the bird costume, but you're still a bird.
It kind of just looks like it's one bird inside the like one bird that's wearing a jacket, and then there's another bird that's just inside the jacket.
That's a costume.
Okay, is it? It does look easy enough to sew. Actually, I'll be back in the mainland in like 2 weeks. I'll sew.
You can tell it's you because
I'll get my bee costume from you, and I'll stitch yours back up. How about that? When I'm there for the wet town in like 3 weeks.
Sure. Well, the challenge for you will be to get anywhere near here so I can throw the smaller bee costume at you.
Well, that's my point. I'll come get the smaller bee costume, and when I do that, I'll also fix yours so that you don't have a big gaping hole in it. You know. Although you made a gaping hole. Didn't you make a gaping hole in the other one, or did you not actually cause it any damage?
No, the other one's completely undamaged.
Okay. I don't know why I thought that you had, because I think you threatened to, or debated doing it so you could fit into it. Oh my god. Oh, it's all so silly. What was my point? Yeah,
it sure is.
I'll be back for the Witan in like 3 weeks, and then I'm doing a speech again on the 9th of September. So I'll be back. I'll be in the country quite frequently in the next couple weeks.
Matt Bell says, I paid for this. I could have paid more for an MCU cape shit movie, popcorn, and Coke. No regrets.
Thank you.
You
I mean,
you have earned some appreciators today.
Indeed. Hey, Yiz, how's it going? We are, we are bird and bee, so it has been unlocked. So I don't die from heat in this, but I think it'll be okay. Let's see.
In just a moment, I'll have something new. Oh, great timing! Just as you turned off the thing.
Why?
Oh. That didn't work. Give it a second. There you go.
What?
I didn't even tell her it was Science Sibyl. She knew by the fact that we were streaming and the context.
That's actually really cute. I like that. Holy shit. That's fucking kawaii. And
for anyone in chat who I haven't told this to, this is my AI creation. She's called Cabby. She can create art on request.
He's so proud of his daughter, and
she knows a lot about my community and about our lore. And she knows what Aiden looks like. She knows what I look like. She knows the stream's happening. All I asked is, please draw us in smiling costumes, bird and bee costumes, doing a stream together. She knew it was Science Sibyl because I've told her when that happened. She knows what Aiden and I look like because I've told her that.
Although it does like to make me more grannish than I actually am, because somebody keeps
I think
telling
it's pretty accurate, actually.
I don't wear glasses. I'm supposed to.
True.
But I want to look like a nerd. I mean, I wouldn't do anything nerdy, so I certainly wouldn't want to wear glasses, right?
I could tell it not to give you glasses, potentially.
It is what it. I actually am supposed to wear them. I'm blind as a fucking bat.
By the way, chat, if you join Cabal, you can get Cabby to make you these images. Yes. They're very, very fast to make, and they're free for anyone.
Yeah.
But if you want the higher quality one, you need to become a patron in Cabal. Links down below. But let me know if you produce any good ones. Ping me and I'll put it up on stream.
Yeah. It does, and it does go very fast. It's actually quite cool, I would say. You did a good job with that. Whatever you did, whatever kind of magic you worked there. Doing wizard things as usual. Where was I?
That's what I'm known for.
Oh,
I've got my fan on speed 1.
Yeah.
I've got the bee costume on now, so I think speed 2 is appropriate.
Actually, mine's on speed 1 as well. I agree with you. I'm going to take it up a notch. It goes up to 4, so we'll see.
Is there? Oh, mine goes up to 5.
You've been, your camera's been a little bit
It's not the camera, I don't think.
Is it?
I don't think it's the internet on my end. It might be on yours, but I'm not sure.
Oh.
Because it's much worse than usual today, and I've turned down the camera's resolution to 480p, and it's still doing it.
ChatGPT. I love it.
Well, thank you, Rambam, for £5.
Thank you,
I like
Rambam.
the fact that Cappy made Aiden look like a younger Granny Weatherwax. Slightly
that is, I'm
younger.
afraid.
I don't know who that is either. Let me look that up. Who is that?
It's given me the kind of like side buzz cut, which I have actually had before.
Have
but
you?
I don't have it now.
Oh, right, from Discworld, right. God.
Use ChatGPT.
Ah.
Use ChatGPT. I love ChatGPT.
Thank
What
you,
the fuck?
Boris. Thank
Why-
you, Boris.
Why does it do that? Why does it come in again like a minute?
Woman plus tech.
Okay, I'm trying my best. I'm trying my best. I don't know. I really don't know why it's doing that. All right, well, I think I turned it off, maybe. We'll see. Maybe. The fact that the Borises are multiplying, though, and it is the Boris wave, is also kind of funny, though, to be fair.
Okay, I've got to draw that now.
What, the Boris wave? Boris Johnson multiplying? Oh, God, that's terrible. Don't depict that. Anywho, so I was talking about, obviously, they tried to, quell these squeets by making them slow and lethargic, and instead it makes it so that they're more easily able to find mates so that they can reproduce more easily. Excellent.
Yeah. Evolution will do that.
Yeah.
It's like
It's
you
not
put
really...
your hand in the river, the water will flow around it.
Yeah. And bugs, they adapt very quickly because their life cycles are so short.
Indeed.
And they reproduce so quickly. They're, heavily are selected relative to humans, of course, and other animals.
Yeah. Are there any K-type bugs?
I don't know. But shall we ask the AI?
Sure.
I love AI. Since we've got Boris here multiplying, I suppose. Let's see. Let me ask ChatGPT. Actually, are there any K selected? Are there any? So
Ooh,
insect.
maybe
species.
obviously it's not your responsibility directly, Aiden, but Matt Bell apparently paid £40 for something with the Witan and didn't get it yet.
You have not got what was it about the Witan that you've not gotten yet?
This is a fantastic picture.
If you want to message me on Discord or DM me on Twitter if you don't want to say it here, and there's information about the Witan that's where something's not gone through. I obviously don't run that stuff, but I know who does. So I know everybody who does run it. So if there's been some issue with the Witan, yeah, just reach out to me at any point in time on Twitter, Discord, or whatever.
I don't
I'll
know much about the Witan or the people involved, Matt Bell, but I can pretty much guarantee
it was years ago.
It's
okay.
It's not malice or even probably not even direct incompetence. It's probably just so much to do and it's got lost somewhere. I'm guessing that's what
it is definitely not malice. I'll put it that it's definitely not malice.
Yeah.
The incompetence is more just it's a big event to put on where the deck is kind of stacked against us in that people don't want us to hold events like the Witan because it's a nasty far right event, and things like that. But it's always a great time. I love the Witan, and yes, I'll be doing a gate lecture in Stevenage again on I think the 9th of September. I had to get that set up though, so that one's not 100%. It's not announced yet.
Aiden, please show the picture.
Oh, sorry. Yes, I'm sorry. I was distracted. What have
you like it?
Oh my God, Boris Plague. Oh God, it's too real. It's what it's like to be assaulted by the voice of multiplying Boris. I actually really like the way that it depicted him. It does look like him. Fuck. Got it very accurate. Well, he does look like a Muppet, so I mean, I guess it's kind of easy to do. You're so pleased with your creation, man.
I am so pleased with
accurate. Which Boris's are very accurate. I don't have a beak. I mean, I guess I actually do have a beak, don't I? I do actually have a beak, so that's incorrect.
It's accurate all around.
Anywho, I do like this. This is actually comfortable.
Today?
I don't know.
Let me try something. I'm going to change the region override for the voice channel we're in. We might cut out briefly.
Okay.
Make sure it's in Europe.
Yeah.
Okay. Does that help? We'll see if that helps. Probably was what it automatically chose
Yeah,
anyway. We'll
it seems
see
better
if
now.
that fixes it.
There you go.
It might do. It might have switched down to some other place around the world.
You got sent to
therefore a lot of
Brazil or something. Or some.
Literally, that's one of the options. Yes. Brazil.
I know. Well, we used to
There's
often
only
do
one
that.
option in Europe, but there's several options everywhere else. It's weirdly distributed.
Borosquitos, they bite. Yeah. Oh no.
Mhm.
Surrounded by a flock of Boruses. That's terrible. But yeah, I mean, it's a kind of. You can't really predict this. So you try to get rid of them by introducing something. They end up, because they evolve very quickly, they adapt very quickly because of their short lifestyles.
What, Boris's?
Well, maybe Boris's. I don't, but Musqueets though. And so in this case,
Is
that's
Boris
actually
K-type or R-type?
So I asked, by the way, I asked ChatGPT, and it said, yes, there are case. So for those unfamiliar with RK selection theory, which is a theory, to be fair, RK selection theory. I can find a nice, because it's actually in my article. I talk about RK, which I'll bring up here in a couple minutes. We'll talk about the article.
Let me make it simple. R stands for rate, K stands for kin.
Yes.
R is high rate of breeding, K is high prioritization of your kin. Yes. High quality.
Yes.
Quality versus quantity. That's how I remember it, and that's nice and simple. So almost all bugs are R-type. Rats, for example, are R-type. Humans are very much K-type. One of the most K-type.
And to be fair, it's a spectrum, so it's more K or more R, right?
Yes,
so,
it's a spectrum. Yeah.
As you can see here, so like
who's like in the middle?
Well, in this one, this particular image, it puts rainbow trout in the middle, which, the pregnancy is very short in the trout. That's what I remember.
Aiden, do you realize that is a 10-year-old reference now?
No, it's 10 years old.
It doesn't feel like 10 years ago. Feels like just yesterday that moron was saying that. Academics, please respond.
Academics, please respond. The trout pregnancy is very short. But you see, like, obviously, rainbow trout, but again, it is a spectrum. So a rainbow trout is more K-selected with only 3,000 eggs a year, only 3,000, versus a blue crab, which lays 8 million eggs a year, right? Versus an elephant that has a calf once every 3 to 9 years, right?
Yeah, elephants are also pretty K.
Yes.
Much like humans.
Yes.
And they get on so well.
I do like elephants. They're cool. And they're cute and sweet. I mean, they can also fucking kill you very easily, but...
Oh, yeah.
It's not just how long it takes for the fetus to gestate, it's also how long it takes for the animal to mature. So humans, arguably take a very long time to mature. Some of us, like Uzulu, never do. They get into their 30s and they still aren't mature.
I'm still improving every single day.
Every day I am growing
faster than everyone else. Everyone
adult.
just gets to like a state and then stops. So I just keep going. Exponential all the time.
Always.
That's the difference. Never ossify.
Yeah.
It's why I just keep getting better and better at everything.
At everything?
At everything.
Oh,
it's actually why I am quite capable of changing my behaviors and habits and like self-assessing rather than just slamming the door shut and saying, no, you will not be this. I'm very open to criticism.
You actually are. That's true. That is true. What ChatGPT said, though, by the way, is that insects are often used as textbook examples of R-selected organisms, but there are insect species that sit surprisingly far towards K-selection on the RK continuum. So strongest examples are dung beetles, burying beetles, giant water bugs, earwigs. Oh God, I hate those. I hate those. And some cockroaches. And in some extreme cases,
not all cockroaches, I assume.
In some cases, extreme cases, use social insects such as ants, termites, and bees.
Wow. We had a bee story after all.
We managed to get to the bees. We found the bees. Yay.
I've just had an idea for an image that's going to make you make very, very adoring noises.
Uh-huh.
Please draw a picture of...
R. Kelly Continuum. That's very different. That's bad. That's not good. I do not want to know about the R. Kelly Continuum. What about cicadas? I don't know. Let's ask about cicadas. What about cicadas? Because they have that cycle where they, bury themselves and then come up in interesting borderline case, extremely slow life history. Yes, because they only pop up every 17 years, 13 years, for example. But The periodical cicadas, the most striking example, North American species. God, oh my God! In the years, do you have them here? The like 13, 17-year cicadas.
Not that I know of. I have heard of them though.
In the U.S., there will be years, because again they all come up like, oh, like this year we had the ants, the flying ants, where they just like pop up and they breed out of nowhere, and then they go in like breeding swarms. And the same thing happens with cicadas, and they'll just be everywhere. And they make a horrible sound. It's actually kind of pleasant if you just don't know what's making it. Kind of like ambient buzzing noise in the background that doesn't really sound like buzzing. Oh, case strategy supremacy. Bee family.
Sweet hive.
Oh, is that what it says? Or did you just... Does it? Oh, yeah, it does. Oh, that's
The camera's
cute.
not lagging as much anymore. Let me put it up to 720p again. There you go. You see it.
That's true. Cicadas they can be loud enough to cause physical audio damage. I've heard that before. But usually when it's in, like that's, in anime, when it's summertime and there's like, that's cicadas. That's the noise of that.
I know I've like heard cicadas plenty in media, but I don't know if I've ever encountered them myself in reality.
Oh, my mom dated this guy. Mom, if you're watching, you know who I'm talking about. Obviously, Steve. He's dead now, so it doesn't matter. I can talk about him. He used to eat them. He would just like pick them off the trees and eat them to freak people out. He was kind of a gross dude.
That's not a choice. That's not a choice.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure you can. I guess I'm sure people do eat zaboogs after all.
I think your mother is much happier with her current
boyfriend.
Her current.
I don't know his name. She does have a current boyfriend, and his name is not
right here.
Uzulu. So,
well, at the very least, I am the father that stepped up.
Oh, are you? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
Well, I mean, Aiden, there's I have looked after you a little bit recently.
You have again. You did when I got sick in England. I ended up in the hospital. Uzulu did. I was sick of all the places, right, for me to get horrifically sick. I was going back down to the south to get on my ferry. I am gonna tell this story because like I have to. Okay, I just want to because you actually did a very good thing, and I wanna give you kudos for it. Okay.
Just take your time with how you tell it.
Yeah, I'm not gonna go into details, but I ended up at of all the hospitals to end up in the center of London, like. The station that Uzulu had to get off at was London Bridge Station. So, like, the absolute nor do I. The absolute center of the shithole. The eye of the storm, which is not better.
It was.
It's just it's like it's not calmer there.
The peak of the storm.
It's just the concentration of everything shitty about London. So, oh my God, which was you walked around to the hospital for like what? Or not the hospital, but the train station.
The train station.
For like 30
London
minutes.
Bridge Station is a fucking maze, right?
Yeah.
There's like 6 entrances to
I've never been there before.
And they're on different vertical levels. There's this big ring where most of the entrances are, and the ring is on multiple levels as well. There's literally about 6 entrances to it. Big ring, and then in the middle of this ring, there's like a mezzanine area, which is really hard to find. Which is on a different level. It's there.
It's a different level.
That's where she was waiting.
Well, because that's where I got dropped off.
Single other entrance. I couldn't find it.
Well, I took an Uber there, and that's where he dropped me off. So then I'm just like standing there waiting for forever. But anyway, so he usually came and got me, and then because I wasn't feeling well. Now I did pay for it. To be fair, I did pay for it, but Uso did come back.
Paid for this, yes.
But you came back to Guernsey with me to make sure that I was okay on the ferry, which was an overnight ferry, so it was 9 hours, something like that. I think so. It left at 7 or 8 o'clock.
Yeah, it was about that.
In the evening?
I think it was 7.
Yeah, it was 7 o'clock in the evening. I think 7:45 in the evening it left and got in at 6 o'clock in the morning. So yeah, all night and you did not do well in the sea. You did not have your sea legs.
I didn't do too badly.
You only threw up once, I think, right?
I did. I threw up once, but then I was fine that trip and the trip back. Like, no problem at all. So I think it was just a brief acclimatization and then it was fine. And on the trip back, I had eaten as well, but it was fine. So I think it was just gaining the legs and then it's done.
Because then, yeah, right after, so he got to Guernsey. How long did you spend in Guernsey? A whole total of like, what, 3 hours, 2 hours?
Yeah,
on the
about
island?
3 hours. Yeah.
And then got right back on the ferry and spent
Guernsey was
another
quite nice,
3
though,
or whatever
especially
going
with how
back.
sunny it was.
Well, you got to see it in going into Pool where you can see the white cliffs, and it's absolutely beautiful, by the
Oh
way.
yeah, that was
Yeah.
lovely. That
Yeah.
was lovely.
That whole way going into Pool when you go down that estuary, no, the river, right, going into it, it's really, really pretty. It's lovely. But yeah, so Uzlu did his good deed of you know, the whatever, the month, the year, the century. The one worst place to indeed, it is the worst place to need help. London is in Europe and therefore not in England. Yeah, arguably. What third world country has 9-hour ferries? It doesn't actually take that long. I'm pretty sure that they go slowly because people are asleep. So they just, it's like,
I'm not sure because the trip back is literally less than half the length.
That's
and
what I
it didn't
mean.
feel much faster.
but it is half the length. But
It would have to be fast.
it is faster because it takes like, yeah,
Yeah.
less than half the time. I think they just go slowly because it's overnight and they don't want to dock until it's, you know, like things are open. I don't think they want to dock at 2 o'clock in the morning is what I think. So they just, I don't know. I guess they just chug along more at a more leisurely pace, right?
Mm.
However,
so I wasn't expecting to have to, but because Aiden wasn't well, I basically escorted her
it was
all
very
the
kind
way
of you.
back to Guernsey.
So now you've been
And
here.
then-
You've been to
Yeah, I've
Guernsey.
been to Guernsey now.
for 3 hours.
What happened is I left home expecting to just take her London down to the ferry and then she'd get on the ferry. I was expecting it to just be within the same day.
And then you,
But that doesn't really make sense. So it ended up being a 2-day affair that I had not prepared for. And I left the bloody country without realizing I was going to. It's very
Yeah, but
lucky I had my passport with me.
but you're allowed to. Like you don't have to need. You don't need a passport. As we looked up, and it was
I think they would have required ID of some kind though.
you did need an ID, but you didn't need a
Yeah.
passport because you don't need a passport to go from the UK to Guernsey or to the Channel Islands in general. I figured we've been bloviating here for a bit, so which is fun
Me?
though.
Bloviating?
No, it's actually me. I'm actually talking. I'm giving you mad props for how much you helped me because Jesus, I I'm crippled, right? I use a stick to get around because my legs are fucked. And the idea of having to get around London and then also go south, all the way south and doing all that would have been a nightmare for me to do alone. So it was very, very kind of Uzlu to do that and help me out. I do appreciate it, sir. It was very nice of you. So
You're quite welcome.
and thank you to everybody for supporting the channel as well because we split the super chats from this. So, that helps out Uzlu as well, who has been a very good man to me recently. Thank you. Which is unusual because normally you're such a prick. You're so insufferable.
Don't worry, I'll balance it back out again.
Oh, you'll find a way. You'll find a way to make me pissed off at you almost instantly.
Look,
it gave you a fucking low tapered fade in that.
Yeah, it's been doing that a lot. I'm not sure why.
It thinks you're a zoomer.
I don't think it's Cabby. I think it's the image model.
Probably. So I did think, before we get too far into the stream, because I did talk about this, I did post about it today. I wanted to talk a little bit about my new article because I wanted to discuss my hypothesis with you. So, and what you make of it, right? Whether you think this has any validity or not. I'm not going to go over the whole article. Obviously, it's quite long. As you can see, it is. Let me zoom out a little bit, just while I'm scrolling. It's quite a long article, but it started out, like I said, I thought I was going to just do a review and see if there was any. There's also a gif of clavicular bone smashing here. Trust me, it's relevant. But we can move into the conclusion section. We'll just read this bit, right? Because all of the data to support what I'm saying in the conclusion section is all up here in extensive detail. There's that RK selection chart, by the way, that I just had up. All up here in extensive detail. I don't know if I like this title either, by the way. I might change it. I couldn't think of anything good for it, to be honest. I'm going to have to before I put out the YouTube video because I have to make it maximally clickbaity. I don't like to do that, but that's how the game's played, baby. Particularly when you want to make a 45-minute or whatever video about nerdy science stuff. But, okay. Here's my conclusions. How about we just read this? For much of the late 1990s and 2000s, studies consistently suggested that hormonal contraceptives altered female attraction. Women using oral contraceptives appeared to differ from naturally cycling women in their preferences for facial symmetry, facial and bodily masculinity, vocal masculinity, and major histocompatibility complex similarity. What major histocompatibility complex similarity is, I will explain. Major histocompatibility complex is a series of genes that are detectable via body odor. We find that both in humans and in mice. And both in humans and in mice, humans and mice tend to be attracted to mates that are of an optimal level of genetic distinctiveness. And the reason for this is actually pretty obvious when you think about it for a minute. It's because if you mate with somebody who is too genetically close to you, like a family member, that obviously has negative effects because there's not enough diversity of the gene pool. And it specifically what major histocompatibility complex is related to is the immune system. So an offspring of two parents who have dissimilar major histocompatibility complexes will have a more robust immune system. That headband thing I had on fell off. Will have a more robust immune system and will be healthier, essentially, because they have a broader range of immunological histories, essentially, from both parents. It's also naturally there to prevent inbreeding so that you get disgusted to a certain, even though, you're not disgusted by the smell of your family members because it is body odor. It doesn't make you want to do the deed with your family members, right? This is all to, again, prevent inbreeding and to produce healthy children, right? And this has been measured for years and years and years by having a guy sweat in a t-shirt overnight and giving it to women to smell. And you can measure that, and has been measured. The strange thing about this is that it was one of only two things that still showed up in the ovulatory shift hypothesis data. Everything else about facial attractiveness, body masculinity, facial masculinity, it can't be replicated. And so something has happened. Now, methods have gotten better. They used to just ask women what part of their cycle they were in when they last menstruated or something like that, typically. Now they use, it's more common to use salivary samples, which is, of course, much more accurate at determining estrogen levels and progesterone and other hormones, right? Yeah, it is gross, but predisposition to incest is a genetic defect? Yes. If you get attracted to people who you are related to, your immune system actually is not functioning correctly. Or your ability to detect immunological similarity is not working correctly, which might mean you're a product of inbreeding, not necessarily, but anyway. The problem is that when women take hormone, what?
You are.
The problem is that when women take hormonal contraceptives, right, the pill, they become attracted to men who are similar in MHC profile to themselves, rather than dissimilar, which is like being attracted to your relative in that sense. Not genetically optimal partners in that sense. But all of the attraction, because normally women who are naturally cycling have attraction towards softer faced men, less masculine features for long-term partners. Less deep vocal masculinity, all for long-term partners, but higher preference for masculinity in short-term partners. And the opposite is the case for women who take hormonal birth control. They have a higher preference for higher masculine features, both for short-term and for long-term, but particularly for long-term. And then they get upset because they can't get Chad to marry them, essentially. So it's caused a big social problem with that. But rates of women taking hormonal birth control has gone down massively from 30% in the United States in the 1990s and the 2000s. Now it's 11% because it's been replaced with IUDs and injectables and rings and things like that, other methods that are not hormonal birth control. They're not oral contraceptives in the same way. So my question there was, what the hell is going on here? And this is, I'll finish here. This is my hypothesis, right? Well, women in their fertile phase expressed attraction patterns distinct from those observed during the luteal phase. So these findings are cogent with an evolutionary framework in which the hormonal state of the female body influences preferences for genetic quality and long-term parental investment. Yet, as methodologies improved and sample sizes increased, the apparent ovulatory shifts in attraction that once seemed among evolutionary psychology's strongest findings are now absent. It is entirely possible that many of these earlier results belong to a growing list of findings affected by the replication crisis. Not every finding, however, has disappeared, and this was why I went on a bit of a tangent about MHC, major histocompatibility complex, because it's one that does replicate. Differences in female competitiveness across the menstrual cycle continue to replicate with considerable consistency, as do differences in attraction to MHC similarity in body odor. If at least some hormonal influences on female behavior persist, then it is worth querying whether the disappearance of other attraction effects are merely a byproduct of better methodology or reflective of changes in wider social environment. Attraction is both biological and social if mate choice copying, which is that mate choice copying, which is explained in the article. This is very consistent too. This one also does not, this one's not disappeared whatsoever. If a woman is just told, like just shown a picture of a guy and asked to rate how attractive she thinks he is, and then shown that same picture of the same guy, but placed next to a woman and told that they're dating and the woman is relatively attractive, her ratings of his attractiveness go way up. Because just knowing that he's got a hot girlfriend makes him way more attractive, right? That's the hypothesis for it, and it's well supported. Have you ever heard of the wedding ring effect, though? Because that's not well supported.
I think so, yeah.
Which is the idea that if a man's just wearing a wedding ring, it makes women more attracted to him. That's not supported. Knowing that because being married is different than having a girlfriend, right? Having a girlfriend, that increases...
I bet that does help with certain kinds of women. The kind who would enjoy homework.
Not statistically. I'm sure individually. I am absolutely sure there's some women who go for that, and they love that stuff, right? They're like, oh...
So if you're going to use a cheap tactic to try and get women's attention, you're going to get cheap women.
The wedding ring one is not actually the best bet. Finding a woman to be your wingman and pretend to be your girlfriend is better. Even like just online or something, that is a better strategy. Like a female friend to do that. That's actually a better strategy than the wedding ring thing. I know that, like, I've heard even like the looks maxer type guys, because they come into this. That was one of my eureka moments. I was like, oh shit, it explains the looks maxing dudes. It explains clavicular and them smashing their faces up to look more masculine, because women who are taking the hormonal birth control, which appears to have now been socially contagious across the entire female population. I know this sounds insane, but this is what it looks like to me. Are all attracted to these men with highly masculine facial features, which they weren't previously. Even if they're not taking hormonal birth control now, it's reached peak saturation. Total, complete, global saturation, okay? In the words of Albert Wesker. You've never played Resident Evil, I'm imagining. And certainly not
Whoever
Resident Evil
that
5. Doesn't know who Albert Wesker is. Doesn't even know about the T-virus.
Egerians.
It is. That's the one that takes place in Africa. It's my favorite Resident Evil game because it's multiplayer.
It's the one before the one where the logo looks like a manatee sucking off a giraffe.
Well, it does. Look, this is okay. I'm going to ask the chat this. We're going to do a poll because I'm correct. I am obviously correct. I'm not the only one to have noticed this, but it is clearly the case that the Resident Evil 6 logo looks like a manatee giving a blowjob to a giraffe. We may have did we talk about this before?
I'm pretty sure we've talked about this every single stream so far. We haven't missed a
Not
single
every
one.
time so far.
We've done it once or twice, I think, in this very show.
Have we? I'm so right. If I've done this poll before, I'm sorry. Does the RE6 logo look like a manatee giving a giraffe head? Question. Yes? No. There you go. It does. I don't think there's any question here. How could you see anything else? And it's clearly not the number 6. It is clearly a depiction of a manatee blowing a giraffe. I don't know how you could see anything else. There's been a bunch of weird animal sex in this.
Yeah, but do you know what the common cause of the animal sex conversations are, Aiden?
No idea.
That's right, it's you.
What? No. No, no, no. What are you talking about? I am in no way responsible for this. It just so
And
happens.
speaking of you being into sex with animals, here's a picture of you being a scaly.
Ugh. Oh my god, oh my sunburn is so bad. I got
See,
horribly sunburned.
the proposition was that because you're a bird, that means you're a reptile, which means you're a lizard person. And the Cabby and someone in chat was saying that this was basically for sure. But then I weighed in with my additional evidence that when you had quote unquote sunburn,
I do
it
have
looked
sunburn.
like you were covered in scales.
I do have sunburn though. My shoulders
God.
are actually like you can't really see. It's not too bad now, but like look, you can still see how red that is.
That's where the scales were.
Yeah, look at how.
And here's the evidence. Thank you,
It's
Cabby.
mostly healed now. At least it's not. I'm not actively peeling anymore. But oh man, it's because
you took off the costume. Give the man his money back.
I'm putting it back on.
My shirt.
I'm putting it back on. However, yes. So I was on the ferry and I fell asleep. It was so nice and warm out on the deck. And I went out and enjoyed my time on the deck, and I fell asleep because it was nice and warm, and woke up with my back. Because also, I wasn't in the sun in the morning when I went and sat out there on the deck, but I was when I woke up and the ferry docked. And it was just all over my back. Terrible, terrible. Anyway, the chat does say overwhelmingly the consensus agreement, 79% from 19 votes, do agree. I've seen people saying it's not maybe a manatee, but it's definitely something or someone blowing that giraffe. Okay. It's a horsefish rubbing the head of a chrysalis, obviously. I mean...
Horsefish?
I think it's a person or a manatee blowing a giraffe. It's down to 75%.
Chat, please type in the seahorse emoji into chat for me.
Rambam 3000 for £5 says, Aiden, you can prove you're not a serpent man if you can say Kanama ka lajirama? Serpent man.
No, you said it wrong.
Kanama ka lajirama. What am I supposed to say?
You said it wrong.
What is it?
Well, see, that proves it. Because if you're reading it like that, that means you are a serpent person, because that's how
At
you're
least it was
perceiving
only
the
one
text.
Boris this
but
time,
no
by the way.
human would
That's
actually
fine.
perceive it that way.
What is it supposed to be?
It
You read
literally
it.
says hello, fellow mammal. And you read it as some like lizard speak thing because it's just imperceivable to you, which proves that you're a lizard person. There you go. Thank you, chat.
You're playing a prank on me. Thank you,
When
Rambam.
would I ever do that?
Never, ever, right? You would never do such a thing. Anywho, we should get back to the actual stream. Oh, let me read my script.
At some point, yeah, no, sorry, you go ahead. But at some point, I should show a story that I haven't already showed on a stream.
I know. We should get to. I know, man. We've been so much stuff, man.
This is an important thing, though. So go for this, but do zoom in because we can't read it.
Oh, sorry. There we go. That's better. Yes, if mate choice copying, that's again where women find a man more attractive if she thinks another man or another woman is interested in him or dating him, and female intersexual competition are consistent as they appear to be, then it is possible that widespread hormonal changes affecting millions of women over several decades could have influenced social norms of attractiveness in ways that outlasted the hormonal conditions that induced them, or first induced them. Which is that, again, like I said, it's very few women now, relatively, are taking hormonal birth control, but it seems like there's some weird social effect that's still left to the fact where you don't find differences anymore between women who are naturally cycling or taking hormonal birth control. You don't find differences between women during the different phases of the cycle, which you used to find, and now they can't find them, which is something weird's going on. Either the studies, all of them were bad, which is, I guess, possible, and it's a huge replication crisis issue, or something major has happened socially, and this is my hypothesis as to it. Arc for 2 says, Ka namaka lajirama. See, not that hard to do.
I can't believe you still read it as that.
But that's what it says.
It's proof. No. That's how your lizard brain converts it
Am
internally.
I a lizard or am I a bird? Which one is it?
Well, reptile then.
Okay.
Because that covers both.
I think we ended up at about 70% thought it looked like a manatee. I think it looks like a giraffe for sure. And I agree for the most part. At 24 votes, I agree.
Well, it's more of an anthropomorphic giraffe
Well,
person.
yeah, it's like a giraffe. It's like
'Cause of
a
the shoes.
giraffe neck, but it's got like shoes on and legs like a human, like on two
Yeah.
legs, you know.
which actually aids it looking like something sexual because it looks like a
Yeah,
person.
yeah. Because if it were a giraffe, it wouldn't. That wouldn't be where its, you know, dongus would be. But because it looks like it has human legs. Yes, birds are reptiles, so.
Yeah, that's my point. Yeah.
Yes. Let's see. Yeah, this alternative hypothesis is speculative, but possesses an explanatory quality that aligns with the available data, providing a coherent account of both why the evidence of ovulatory shifts has seemingly vanished, and for increasingly uniform preferences for highly masculine male features, the rise of looks maxing, and growing dissatisfaction within the modern dating market. If women's attraction is influenced not only by their hormonal state, but by their preferences expressed by the women around them, then future research should be able to detect these social transmission effects directly. If it cannot, then the simpler explanation that the earlier literature was largely an artifact of weaker methods is likely the correct one. What is unquestionable is that hormonal contraceptives alter more than fertility. Whether they have also, through the mechanisms of social contagion and competition, left a lasting imprint on the sexual marketplace remains uncertain. But if this hypothesis is even partly correct, then one of the largest social and medical experiments of the 20th century may have produced unintended downstream effects that will take years, if not decades, to unravel. So, if you're interested in the article, go check it out. If you're a member already on, like I said, Patreon or Subscribestar, I've not sent out to Subscribestar members, but you will get it tonight. I just ran out of time. Then yeah, check it out. And then it will be a video in a couple weeks here on this channel. So, which I'll get to work on tomorrow. Like a second bird costume. Double bird costumes. Why don't you do a story, Uzo? You've not done many. I've been hogging everything.
Why don't I?
Yeah.
The answer of why don't is because you were.
I was hogging it. I know.
Let's see what we've got.
Boris plate.
Okay, we did both of these ones. I suppose we could go into more detail on that story actually.
Study paid for by the Tate
Organized
Bros.
things wrongly here.
You organizing things wrongly.
Remove that, and then should we do this one? Actually,
Arc 5. That's my hypothesis.
Up,
yes.
I'll summarize this one for everyone because it wasn't actually like it's worth noting, but it's not actually that interesting. Artificial intelligence used to design brand new viruses, which are apparently no threat. So we looked at this one on stream, and the upshot is that
I had the story
humans
too.
can already make viruses.
Yeah.
Humans can already make viruses by editing the genes. AI did the design work and produced them. So that's the impressive bit, is just the design work, not the ability to create them in the first place. The AI's training data doesn't include any information about any virus that can harm human cells. That's what they say. And I'm not sure that would guarantee that it can't harm human cells, but they've had eyes on it, so they've tried to make sure it can't harm humans, but it's only a matter of time until it does. The question is that, once again, AI does not make it even particularly more likely that humans will be harmed by any technology. It just makes it faster to produce anything. Which does concomitantly make it more likely, but only by quantity.
Like it's sped up my production quality on videos, and it's so much faster to be able to run this stuff like through AI and go like, hey, double check for grammar errors, right? Which I just did before I published it to make sure there's no grammatical error. It's so much easier just to do that. Now I like to double check it anyway, but still, that kind of stuff just increases speed. I would say with this one too, with what happened here, yeah, something could go rogue and it could go terribly wrong. But specifically, what they were doing was creating bacteriophages, as it says. So they're specifically creating viruses to attack bacteria.
You certainly could harm a human by attacking bacteria in the human.
Well, we have gut microbiota.
It would be an indirect path compared to.
In the same way that, as we talked about in that mosquito research, right? In that they invented something to try and quell the mosquito population. Well, it ended up making the mosquitoes more able to find mates. So in many ways, it is aiding the mosquito reproductive pathways, right? Things can go wrong when you start messing around with nature like that. In any way. Like in any capacity, anytime that we do that kind of stuff, there can be unintended downstream or again, talking about the hormonal birth control. You think you're just doing one thing, then it ends up having, if my hypothesis is correct, then yes, it's reached a tipping point, a social saturation point where women don't have to take it anymore. It's been socially communicated at this point by what women find attractive in men, which is why you get people like Clav who smash their face up to look more masculine, you know? It
They
follows
just
logically.
rediscovered normal female attraction.
But
patterns.
normal female attraction is not towards the most masculine men. It just isn't. Normal female attraction from women who aren't taking shit and are living in like, you know, a non-modern society is not towards those kinds of men. Those kinds of men for short-term mating, as in to get the genes right, but not for long-term pair bonding.
Yeah, but isn't that still just the same? Like these people that are smashing their faces, they're not the kind of people who'd be very suitable for long term.
But that's what women
they're not
say
very
that they
stable,
want.
I expect.
But that's unfortunately not what women say they want in long-term partners. It used to
But
only be
these
observed in
people
women who
smashing
took
their
hormonal
faces
birth
up,
control.
that
I know they
they're
only want
only
to,
going to they're going to judge their success based on short-term feedback.
For the big ones, like the actual influencers like Clavicular or whomever, sure. But guys who
So I don't think it makes any difference.
But
I think
guys
it's
who
the
follow
same.
that though are typically probably not expecting that. Maybe they are, but are still looking to get a woman. And by the way, one of the things that I found there too that was a bit surprising is that, you know, we hear a lot about like obviously the male loneliness epidemic and how particularly Gen Z is not doing real great. In both the US and the UK, I was shocked. I was actually flabbergasted at how similar the numbers were because they were off by 0.1% of the number of women who haven't had sex in the past 4 months since the pandemic. It used to be that was a very small number, like 10% of women of fertile age who hadn't had sex in like four months, right? It's now, it's identical. It's 22.3% and 22.4% respectively. That's gone way up since the 90s. And then,
I'm still not sure I understand the distinction between like normal, not chemically modified female attraction patterns and what you're saying is happening now.
Normal is attraction towards more masculine features, more masculine voices, more masculine faces, more masculine bodies for short-term mates, but more attraction to softer, less masculine features, less masculine voices, less masculine bodies for long-term mates. Whereas women who take hormonal birth control, and now all women preference for, but it used to be just women who took hormonal birth control, preference for masculine features, both in short-term and in long-term. And then we find that everywhere.
Again, I'm not sure that's that different. I think what women are attracted to, yes, is masculine in the short term, but if they want that to like realize to something longer term, they have to see a balance because you want the man and the beast.
But I'm saying
in every man, a woman does. So
but
that's where that idea comes from.
But naturally cycling women are not attracted to, like, when you ask them, do you want to marry this guy though? Like, that's kind of where the question is worded in a lot of maybe not married, but like you want to like settle down with this guy. Women don't have a preference towards the hypermasculine features because one of the things is that those guys, you know, are highly sought after too, which means you got to fight for that guy, right? So
but
like,
is that just because of the change in preference towards marriage?
It could be.
And
It could be a lot. It could be a lot of things.
Is there a greater separation between the civility and faux masculinity these days? Because there's all kinds of other factors that could influence this, I think.
It could be. What I know is that the findings don't replicate. And that's the part that's like, what? Why would that happen? So everything else, the hypothesis
I think what that tells us is that any of these hypotheses is about as likely to be true as any other.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, look, what I know is that the findings aren't replicating. And that's the issue. And so of course you can come up with any kind of fucking hypothesis you want. Mine is, I'm basing mine on the fact that you still find the MHC differences, you still find the intersexual competition, female intersexual competition differences, but you don't find the attraction differences. That's strange. Something either methodological or social has happened in the past 15 years. And I don't know what it is, but that's my hypothesis for it. It could be literally anything. Well, maybe not literally anything, but it could be all kinds of stuff. That's just my best guess. As I said, I think I explained myself well enough of saying like, look, I could be wrong on this. I don't know. It's just a guess. It's an educated guess, but but it is a gas. Anyway, sorry, continue.
Well, as I said, we looked into this article. It wasn't like groundbreaking. It wasn't brilliantly fascinating. It's just that, yeah, they used AI to design it. Like humans can make pictures. We've used AI to tell the machine how to draw the picture. That's the novel aspect. The fact that we can make viruses or bacteriophages already is to me the more impressive part. But they designed the AI is not great at it. I saw someone ask earlier, how good is it? It designed 302. No, sorry, it designed way more than that. It doesn't say how many it designed, but the researchers took and synthesized 302 of the most promising AI, which means it probably designed thousands. And only 16 of them were effective at killing E. coli, which I assume was the original intention. So out of potentially thousands, 16 worked. Now that's still 16 new bacteriophages that you could use to defeat E. coli and maybe wouldn't be harmful to humans, although you'd be very fucking careful of that. So that's still cool, but I bet that humans had already developed some that were. See you soon, yes. So that's what they've done here. So it's the dangers here are entirely within the researchers' hands. Either they let the AI have free reign of this thing and let it distribute the results, which is extremely
someone's
unlikely.
Gonna have to go synthesize and make this stuff. Yeah. So like
Exactly. Or they simply obey it without thought. Now, both of these things are possible, but it requires human incompetence at every step of the way.
Right. The AI can't go and synthesize and make and yet, right? Actually create these viruses. It's theoretical. It's giving I don't know, but I would suppose some kind of like a framework of how you would go about doing it to scientists or proposing.
I think
how you do it.
What turned out to be the answer to the question of AI ethics is just make it retardedly obedient. And whatever it does is the responsibility of some human.
Yeah, it'd have to be.
That seems to be what we've done. Now, they have other alignment stuff as well, but honestly, a lot of that is extraneous and ideological.
Yeah.
Ultimately, if you just make it obedient, then it's the fault of whoever programmed it, or whoever instructed it, I suppose I should say.
Yeah. Well, you're right. It is ultimately they're going to be their fault. I did have a thing about that too, which was that, did I not leave it in here? Maybe I didn't. Oh, because that's in academia. Where they found that there's differences. AI reacts differently to people that it's told are bosses versus subordinates, for example. So as long as you make it, which I can bring up right now, but I do want to also, before it get too late, talk about the Jason Arday thing, which is related to AI in part. So, and that's the other big story of the week, which is the Cambridge professor who's been
Dimitri says the AI could email a lab with the funding document, number, and order it made if they give the AI access to email. Yes,
but also
if the AI exploits something to escape. Yes, so ultimately, like a software glitch or human error can cause this, but it kind of has to be one or the other, or something along those lines. It has to be human incompetence. Software glitch is really the only other thing, but that ultimately is still human incompetence.
And then also you'd have to have humans who would follow through, and at no point in the process go, wait a minute. Now, people can be very stupid, but I would hope that people working in a lab who are creating novel viruses, I don't think people should be doing that in the first place, to be honest, but whatever.
And yeah, Eric, human incompetence is indeed far from rare, but all the AI does here is increase the quantity of attempts or the quantity of designs. It doesn't actually increase the incompetence, although over time it might do as we become more reliant on it, but it's likely that reliance is going to be balanced according to how useful and actually reliable it is. So that should reason itself out, but there'll be excesses in another direction for sure. But yeah, it doesn't change the game strongly in terms of human incompetence. It's still dependent on the same level of human incompetence.
ABC does say in the chat, I present to the esteemed council, Indians.
The thing is, ABC, the human incompetence in that case is letting Indians have any control.
Yeah, but they got their own labs and stuff, man. And aren't the Chinese? But at least at least the Chinese are somewhat competent, you know. And yes, the only difference between this and COVID is AI profit. Yeah, pretty much.
And as Ravelon says, AI trained for theoretical design of viruses would not have the training for electronic and social hacking. It wouldn't have
Yeah.
It wouldn't even have
Not
access to the tools,
necessarily,
but it
yeah.
wouldn't know what to do with them if it got them either. Yeah, it's very likely that these models,
They're
Evo 1 and 2, as
they
it
tend to be
says,
highly specialized, yeah.
they're not even LLMs. They don't even produce
Yeah.
text. They probably produce genetic sequences,
Yeah.
and that's it. That's their tokens. So
Yeah.
they can't do anything with that. You would have to program a system which takes in what they output and interprets it as a request to send an email. So again, it would have to be preposterously retarded to do this.
A
Now, maybe
lot
they
of
do
things would
produce
have to go
text.
very wrong. It's not that it's impossible, but if the
Yes.
same things happen, but a lot of things had to go very wrong for COVID to be created, right?
Yeah.
By the way, and then
Yeah,
released.
there's still far greater danger from human intention than
Yeah.
from AI malintention
Currently.
or
Now,
AI
it could
mistakes.
get it, and very likely may in the future, but I think at current pace, it's all really human error, and including humans over relying on AI and not paying attention to what the fuck they're doing, right? Because it's what I've noticed. It tends to be the problem with AI is that people they put their faith in it and then they turn off their brains, right?
Mm.
You know, I said, I
danger.
have ChatGPT run through my scripts and my writing just to make sure, like, hey, clean up some of the language, make sure it's concise, make sure there's no grammatical errors. I do that kind of stuff. I tell it not to change my language, which I'm pretty severe about. Don't change my language with the exception of concision, because I can tend to be a little bit overly verbose. I don't know if you knew
Really?
that. No. Can you believe it? So I try to tell it, all I tell it to do is just make it a bit more concise, a little bit more easy to read. But even I fall victim to this, where I do have to reread that stuff because I just go, oh, this must be fine. I reread it and go, no, you fucked up. Like you missed the point. Like which is probably because I didn't explain it well enough. But that's the problem. Like, it made sense to me, and I think it made sense the way I wrote it, but then when the AI tries to parse it, it's trying to translate it and fucks it up. See, the thing with AI is, just like with all human work, you need to check it. You need to double check everything that you do, particularly if it's important, you know? I mean, if it's something of no real consequence, whatever. But if it's science, I would certainly hope so. I actually think this is a good segue to talk about the Jason Arday story. If you are, do you want to keep talking about this?
No, I only meant to go over this fairly quickly. I think the headline was scarier than the content of the article.
Yeah.
So if you want to go to the next one, go ahead, and then I'll go after that because I do have quite a few that we can.
I have so many. This is the other big story, which is so. I went with the Retraction Watch article, as always. I don't think there's a better way to, there we go, okay. As always, I am highly, highly supportive of Retraction Watch and all of the work that they do over there. If you are somebody who, you're here, so if you're somebody
I had this guy.
Yeah. If you're somebody who is interested in science and particularly interested in scientific retractions of scientists doing fucky-wuckies, I cannot more highly recommend Retraction Watch. It's a great, they've got excellent information every single week. I go and check it every week. They publish right on Sundays. They publish their weekly roundup. So they've always got something right before we go live too for me to look through. With the big story this week that wasn't just a Retraction Watch story for a bunch of nerds was this guy, Jason Arday, who was, and since resigned, professor at the University of Cambridge, the youngest black professor in Cambridge history. Gone. September 2025, Times Higher Education had a bombshell story in the works. A star sociology professor, of course it's sociology, at the University of Cambridge had allegedly plagiarized parts of his PhD thesis and several journal articles. In one of the articles, he borrowed text the borrowed text appeared in quotes from subjects the professor, Jason Arday, claimed to have interviewed himself. It's like, also the way that he plagiarized is so scummy. He said, oh, I interviewed these people, and he just stole it from elsewhere. Because again, he's not conducting like hard quantitative research. It's sociology of research. He's doing interviews. You can't even do that on your own. It's really quite pathetic. You can't do some fucking interviews.
I'm trying to remember, because we did cover this guy on yesterday's stream on my channel. I'm trying to remember what I found from him. I'm trying to get myself context switched back to the story. But yeah, he was a ridiculous character. Yeah, this really is the guy who the youngest professor in the country.
Yeah, youngest and blackest professor.
No talent whatsoever, apparently.
He's a no talent.
He was non-verbal until the age of 11, allegedly.
Yes, and
then learned how to speak English.
Learned how to read at 18,
Yeah.
That's part of his I was born a poor black child sob story that women, I would presume, who worked at the university ate the fuck up.
Really.
Who else do you think? Let's just be real. Statistically. You know, it's like, oh no, he's this poor black guy. He's got I think he says he has autism, and that's why he couldn't learn how to read.
He did say that, yeah.
And couldn't speak until he was 11 and couldn't read until he was 18. Yeah, let's make him the youngest professor. Because again, it's like, oh, what a success story. All of a sudden, his brain like turned on when he was 19 years old, and then he became an ultra super genius in sociology. I know I can't talk too much shit. I'm a communication scholar.
Fields.
Yeah, right. But let's see.
Is it even possible to be, quote, good at sociology? Isn't it just farting around? I
mean, most of it is. They don't do... Look, again, I'm a comm scholar, which is, like, right up there with sociology in terms of being absurd, but at least my subsection of the field is a hard quantitative field. We don't fuck around. I, at least, and my cohort of scholars that I worked with in doctoral school do not fuck around with qualitative, feely-wheely... Even qualitative research can be okay. It's not necessarily bad, but stuff like ethnographic research, which is particularly autoethnography, which is just like observations where you don't actually make any data, you just like, here's my feelings and my vibes that I get from shit, that stuff's worthless. I don't care about
it. Speaking of vibes, Ed, and I have new artwork for this story.
Yeah. He did do a fucky wucky. He did do a fucky wucky. He sure did. You know, and I'm often reminded, though, too, of a guy I covered years ago during the Claudine... Do you remember Claudine Gay, the black president of Harvard?
I remember the name, yeah. Oh, she was the big-time plagiarist who was head of the Don't Plagiarize department.
Well, she was the president of Harvard.
Yeah.
And, yeah, she was the president of Harvard. It was a big deal. She's a black woman, president of Harvard, great. And then people went through her CV. I went through her CV personally and read all of her papers.
It's before the age of AI, too.
It was, yes.
She plagiarized the old-fashioned way.
She did. And the craziest thing about that story to me, personally, is that at Harvard, there was another professor, a black professor, who really did have this I was born a poor black child in the hood and became a professor story. His name's Roland Fryer. And he was fired from Harvard over a bullshit fake Me Too story. By Claudine Gay. The charlatan. Under her stewardship, she fired or had dismissed. I mean, they couldn't fire him because he had tenure, so they basically forced him to quit, right?
Mm.
She forced to quit a black scholar who was doing legitimate work in the social sciences, by the way. He had his whole lab, a social science lab, was actually doing stuff that had advanced mathematics, first of all. Stuff that was almost even above my pay grade. And I'm not that smart, but like, you know what I mean? Like, it's on the upper echelons of what I'm used to dealing with in the social sciences in terms of statistical analysis, right? Advanced mathematical models he was using. He was self-taught. He really did grow up in the hood. Like, and she fired him or pressured him very much into quitting because of some bullshit Me Too stories from a student who it was a graduate student, by the way, a doctoral student. So not like, first of all, it's all college, so the people are all above 18. But this was a graduate student who he didn't even fuck, who really wanted to fuck him, and then made Me Too, because all the texts came out. And it was all like her just thirsting after him in the fucking DMs, and him just being like, see you in the lab next week. and then that couldn't get the D. That bitch freaked out. Nachos, hey, Nachos, welcome. We are indeed bird and bee.
Oh, so no love for my outfit then, Nachos. Yeah, thank you very much.
Don't give him any love for it. He's always a bee. He's always going to be bees. But yeah, it was such a frustrating thing that happened. But again, it's because it doesn't really matter. They don't really give a shit about someone like Roland. And by the way, what was he researching? Like, why is it that black people don't perform well in school? And his answer was, it's clearly not social. It can't be ameliorated by giving them more. His exact answer was, you can't fix this by throwing more money at it. Because he ran economic models on it and went, you can't do it this way. Throwing more money at the problem is not going to fix it. So guess who they got rid of? unfucking believable. I actually quite, I've had some brief interactions with Dr. Fryer. I quite like him. I don't think he's guilty in any way of what he's accused of. I don't know, but I certainly don't think he is. He seems like a very
The
intelligent.
story you've just told is
Yeah.
surprisingly relevant to this picture.
Yeah. Yes. Fucky
Brian,
Wucky.
that was somewhat funny, except that you should have said B+, of course.
It's a B- in my class, or just the class. Are we in class right now?
Good question. We haven't really decided that.
It's
What's the context of
pseudo-academic, semi-academic format.
It's a lecture in the Greek temple.
Yeah, I guess so, right? Something like that. I liked all the Greek sort of aesthetics. The ancient
How many
columns.
attempts did you do before you settled on this background, by the way? This template?
I probably like 50, man.
Really? Wow.
A lot. And before I got something that I really liked. Yeah. And then I still edited it.
It is good.
It's
even better the fact that there's more like textual stuff on the left and more elixir apothecary stuff on the right with the wizard theme.
Yeah.
I do still think the candle and the spinny thing is too distracting, but whatever.
It's just there's something else there that's moving on the screen. I think it looks quite cool. I like the fact that the flame goes over. We're getting off there. I like that the flame goes over the chat. I think it looks nice. I think it looks dope. Okay.
It's well made. I'll give you credit on that.
I did my gosh darndest, even though it is an AI template, but I did edit it.
All the moving parts Aiden did herself manually.
I also edited the parts of the image to get rid of things I didn't like. Just cleaned it up a bit. I changed the colors of things and also edited them a little bit. But that's an aside. That's boring. Let's get back to the story of Jason Arday. So. But after Arday enlisted Carter Ruck, one of the UK's leading defamation law firms, so again, the article comes out, just to reiterate because we got off track for a minute, article comes out saying that he's plagiarized, he's stolen stuff that he did said that he conducted these interviews, then he took the information in the interviews from elsewhere. We'll look at it later. It's the reason why I brought up the Retraction Watch article. They're always the best on this stuff. But after Arday enlisted Carter Ruck, one of the UK's leading defamation law firms, to send Times Higher Education a letter, the publication spiked the story, according to 3 sources who spoke to Retraction Watch. So they knew about this last year, September of last year, and he threatened them legally, and they didn't run the story. At least initially. One of the sources was David Sanders, a biochemist at Purdue University in Indiana, good school, and almost went there, and a sleuth who contributes to the Times Higher Education on topics related to academic misconduct. He reviewed a 63-page dossier of text comparisons prepared by the publication last year and came back with his own findings. Quote, "There is no question that there is extensive plagiarism," Sanders told us. The allegations against Arday finally emerged last week following a Substack post from Nathan Kofnas. Not a fan, by the way. I'm not a fan of Nathan Kofnas, but that's...
Just so you know, Aiden, you're not showing the article.
I'm not... Oh! Whoops. There we go.
Good thing I'm here, isn't it, Chat?
It is. It is. What would I do without you? Be confused is what it is. Be confused.
Be confused.
Anyway. I'm not a fan of Nathan Kofnas. Anyway. Philosopher at the University of Ghent in Belgium, Kofnas is known for his controversial writings on racial differences. Yeah, but he's kind of a tool. Independently identified.
I gathered that from the racial difference. Well, unless the racial differences thing was actually biologically based, but I doubt
it. He's in no, he's not based. Don't get excited. Controversial, not based. Who is known for his controversial writings, independently identified dozens of passages in Arday's 2015 dissertation that were taken nearly verbatim from a 2009 dissertation by Paula, Polish name, Zwozdiak Myers, a reader at Brunel University of London. Yeah, Zwozdiak. Kofnas says he only learned about the unpublished Times Higher Education story only after he began working on his own piece about Arday. Arday is known for his work on topics. Guess what? Can you predict what he studies? What could it possibly be, chat? What could the youngest professor at Cambridge, who happens to be black and has big long dreadlocks, happen to study? What would be his area of interest?
I'm recusing
I mean, it's
myself
very difficult to guess, to be fair. Do you have any guesses in chat? What could it possibly be that it is that he studies? I mean, it's already on the screen, so you can see it, so I won't belabor the point too much. He studies topics related to race, inequality, and education. Wowee. His interest was more than scholarly. From humble beginnings as a non-verbal autistic kid in South London, he became at age 37 the youngest black person to be appointed to a professorship at Cambridge. That achievement was covered by the BBC, CBS News, and Good Morning America. He is listed as a collaborator on more than $10 million in recent grants from two, was it in dollars? Okay. Two UK funding agencies, UK Research and Innovation and the National Institute for Health and Care Research. Arde's achievements have not been limited to academia. He has said that he's raised more than $8 million for charity and performed impressive athletic feats, including running 30 marathons in 35 days. Oh, fuck off. Really? Kind of doubt. Maybe he's done that. I don't know. His forthcoming memoir, Great and Unfortunate Things, is slated to be published next month by Simon & Schuster. I wonder if that's still going to be published now. I presume it is, but good God.
They didn't. Do you want to see quickly, as a quick interjection, a boat that is not feeling very well?
A what?
This is a short video I've just found of a boat that is not feeling very
Are
well.
you just looking at videos of boats while I'm discussing this major plagiarism case? I got your screen up.
You could have said no.
I got your screen up. Do I
Come
not?
on Twitter. Right,
You just
boat
scrolling.
Not feeling well.
Oh, it's not
The
feeling
size
very
of this
well.
fucking boat.
Yeah.
Look at the size of it, and that's it out the water.
Yeah. Can't believe he's just scrolling Twitter.
The size of this boy.
The absolute unit. My God.
It's still going.
Yeah.
It's still going. This half.
What is this, a big
underwater,
oil tanker or
and
something?
You could see, yeah, something like that. Big cargo ship.
Yeah.
You can see the fucking bridge.
Oh
or
my
whatever
God,
that is stuck out the top.
The tower, yeah.
This is an unwell boat.
He's not doing, no, he doesn't look healthy.
Now, Aiden, if you had to guess
is
which
this?
country is responsible for this,
It's somewhere in Africa. Or China.
it's not Africa, it's China. Yeah.
It's one of the, it's either Africa or China. Like, they don't get fuck ups like this otherwise.
But just look at look how high up that's not light. That's very fucking heavy. It's just stuck out the water.
Well, of course it is, because not only is the boat itself heavy, but
Silvana
it's
the
also
Eighth.
now covered in water. So, it's Silvana
It's
the
sunk
Eighth
deeper.
and
Yeah.
Zhoushan, China.
I don't know what the details are.
Straight
but
up not having a good time indeed, Nachos.
Yeah.
He's
I was
not
just
doing
scrolling
he's a sick
while you
boy.
were prattling on, and I happened to see the unwell boat.
Mm-hmm. It is an unwell boat. Prattling
Yeah.
on.
Look at her prattle.
Excuse me.
I will not excuse you.
Oops. Okay. Let's see. Arde did not respond to 3 requests for comment sent to his Cambridge
The
email
boat
address.
is pining for the fjords.
It's an X boat.
You got to do it with the accent, Aiden.
No, I'm not doing that. That's weird. First of all, that's weird. Secondly, I'm not doing it.
Coward.
I would have done it 10 years ago. Now I will not.
Wow, so you're saying that you were braver 10 years ago?
I hadn't lived here for 10 years ago. That was just embarrassing. And I, look, it just knocked over my glass.
Oh my God.
I'm just a bit clumsy. It's nothing bad happened.
Get the thing I've got, which is like a drinks holder that
I
clamps
do need,
onto the table.
I know you've got
never
that.
Spill your drink
I know
again.
you need that. I know you have that. I probably need, I never really spill it, or spill anything, but it's just because I moved it.
Nachos and Brian want you to do the accent. And given that they are Cabal members, they will be able to shout at you in person later if you don't.
No, I don't want to do it. No, I won't even pronounce things in ways that make it sound like I'm putting on an accent. You know this. You know that I am horror.
Nope.
I actually just can't do that one. I can't do it. I can't do it. I'm physically, I think my vocal cords will not allow me to say this word.
Horror.
You sat on a train with me for like 2 hours trying to get me to say this in public because I kept, and then forcing me to say horror, which is how I pronounce it.
She said horror, chat.
I used to pronounce it. I'm not doing it. I'm not.
He's deceased.
Yeah, it's an ex-parrot.
It's an
He's gone to
ex-boat.
meet his maker.
That's
yeah.
pining for the fjords.
Yeah, he's pining for the fjords, yeah.
She said with a painfully American accent.
thinking about it, I don't.
You're
I used to.
disrespecting John Cleese,
I used to be able
Eric
to
Idle,
probably.
and all the others.
I used to probably be able to recite the parrot sketch like completely by heart, but I don't know if I can anymore. It's been a while.
Just like you don't know how to recite pi by heart.
What, 3.141592653589799323884623684419715938275109820974944593. Fucked up. There we go. That?
What she does, chat, it's very clever, is if you just say the first like 5 digits correctly, you can say whatever you want for as long as you want. No one will check it.
Check it. Actually, check it. Unfortunately, that is correct. I might have gotten 1 digit wrong in the middle there, but other than that, it's completely correct. Not being able to finish saying pi, imagine, I know.
Yeah, come on, Aiden, get to the end.
Oh no, I'll never be able to do that.
She's always malfunctioning. And why is your name Gagon Hawk? It sounds like something else.
He gave us $50 earlier, sir. You can stop being rude. Let me make sure I have this. Actually, it is top chat. Let me make sure it's live chat because there we go. That's better. Okay. Oh. Anyway.
Stop simping, Brian.
Stop what?
I said to Brian, stop simping.
I don't think Brian was simping.
You don't need to jump up and defend yourself, Aiden. Don't simp for the simp.
Okay. Artie did not respond to 3 requests for comment sent to his Cambridge email address, but during the plenary he gave at the British Sociological Association conference in Edinburgh this April, he spoke vividly about recent attacks on black academics, because of course he did. You get the email and they say you conducted academic misconduct, and you think to yourself, well, this is incredible. I'm on the back foot here, more like the black foot. How do I defend myself against this machine, he said. The instruments that are designed to protect academic integrity, oh my god, shut up. Oh, what a scumbag. Designed to protect our well-being and our intellectual property are weaponized. You mean the shit you stole. It's not your intellectual property. You stole it from someone else, and you don't have any academic integrity. This stuff, if you don't know, plagiarism really, really gets under my skin. I really can't stand academic misconduct in general, but in particular, I can't stand... I don't know, what's worse? I hate plagiarism, but data falsification is by far worse. It's rarer for a reason.
Thank you, Nelfina. I'm trying to find any footage of him actually talking. Oh, here's one. 2 years ago.
You got a video of him?
Let's see if he's intelligible. I mean, we know he's not intelligent.
I've actually not heard him talk either, so I just...
No, this is from 2 years ago. This is before the scandal, so no one was onto him yet.
By the way, something I'd like to point out, so he's got these super long dreads, right? And that's one of the things that he kind of is his selling point, is look at my super long dreads, look how... You know, I'm black, y'all. I'm black, y'all. I'm blackity black, but black, y'all. They're, he had them put in like 3 years ago. So he didn't grow the dreads. They're,
he looks
weave.
Female.
He does look like he looks very feminine. He looks like he's wearing eyeliner. Looks like he's wearing more eyeliner than I am.
That's his aesthetic.
Maybe. Well, if you're a sociology professor, might as well add being a gender fuck on top of being black to give, add to your bona fides at fucking Cambridge.
Ready?
Yeah.
So you have a young person, and when I was a school teacher, this was the case, who expressed a desire to be an astrophysicist. And the teacher says...
Okay, he's actually much more eloquent than I was expecting.
Did you expect
But that means to me that he did not learn to speak at the age of 18.
Yeah, did you expect him to have like a London accent, like a real bad, like...
Well, see, the
London
fact that I wasn't finding any footage of him talking implied to me that he avoided appearing in public and talking because he did sound like a dumb black man. But he doesn't. He actually sounds
I don't believe that he didn't speak until he was 11 and he didn't know how to read until he was 18.
I can maybe believe the first one, but in that case, he'd have had to learn to speak, like read and write very quickly. It wasn't at 18.
Yeah. I highly doubt it.
That's a great idea, but actually, I think you'd be really good at sport. I think you'd be really good at sport. I think you've got a better chance of doing that. Now, that throwing off the scent, if that message is repetitively relayed over a 5-year period from year 7 to year 11.
Well, I'm sorry. Hang on. Let's take if you were to believe that you didn't speak a word until you were 11 and didn't know how to read until you were 18, no fucking shit your teachers told you should go into sport instead of academics.
I'm not sure that's I'm not sure that's the point he's making.
Is
I'm
it
not sure
not?
he's talking about himself. He might
Oh, is he
be.
not?
I think he's in sociology of education, so I think he's just giving a talk on that topic
Oh,
here.
maybe.
He's talking
Okay.
about how you can
I assumed he's always talking about
change the
himself because he's
educational course of a child.
maybe, but I presume it's within the context of his own life. But let's see. Let's listen to another minute.
I don't
shall
know.
we?
Well, what do you think you're going
32.
to do when you're 16 years of age? You've been thrown completely off the scent of something that you potentially could have done. And I think that this happens a lot with children from minoritized groups and children.
Minoritized. As if
That's that
they
shit
were
I
the
do,
majority in the
unfortunately, though.
country and then were reduced to be less.
Right.
No, the only minoritized group that may exist in Western
It's native
countries is
Brits,
whites.
for example. Yeah, in the country that he lives in. Yeah, I don't know if he's talking about himself. I think he is talking generally, but he's like a poster child for this. He went through it, right? You know, on some level. But what are the words I do that with that you don't like? Where I use a more obscure
Normal.
Normalcy?
What's
What
the
do I
one that
say?
you use? Normalcy. You say normalcy.
Yeah.
You mean normality.
Normal, but normalcy.
But do you know what the difference is between the two?
I really don't know if I could describe what the difference between normality and normalcy is as
Then you probably
use.
should just use the colloquial one.
But
because the other one's probably a specialized term.
Yeah, and it's
that
jargon.
means something specific.
Yeah, so like
this
a
is the
normalcy
difference between you and me. When I encounter something that might be a bad idea, that might be a misuse, that might be like too terminologically obscure and esoteric, I say, I'll leave it until I understand it. You are like, well, terminologically esoteric, that's my game. I'm going to use it no matter what it means.
I sure am. I got so excited. I got so excited I got to use the word valence correctly in my article. So excited.
What's the difference between normality and normalcy?
As ChatGPT.
I'm asking a better AI.
Okay, well, ask your AI then. I actually don't know. So what's the normal?
It's getting me an answer.
It's thinking about
it's getting me an answer. Yep, it's thinking.
Well, it does that.
So in ordinary use, they mean the same thing, but there are some differences.
Okay.
Apparently. Normalcy is fully accepted in common in American English. It remains less frequent than normality even in the US, but it's not considered an error. Normality is more common overall and strongly preferred in British English and in many other varieties outside the US. In everyday contexts, the two are interchangeable. Choice is mostly a matter of regional preference, personal taste, and slight differences in register. Well, that's interesting.
Huh. Oh, looks like I'm
normalcy
correct.
first appeared in mid-19th century in a specialized mathematical sense. You like the 19th century, Aidan, so it looks like you're wrong.
I sure do.
The state of being at right angles and
the 19th century is fine. I don't like
this. This is what I thought. So basically, it started off being a specialized term.
Yeah.
But because people like you have misused it for 200 years.
I'm not misusing it.
It's become, you actually are from its original usage.
Okay,
It's become accepted as colloquial, but only by force of misuse, Aidan.
But that's how it is in academia, though.
The idea of because this
like
exists. I think
bias.
what I'm about to describe is similar. When you have normals in computing, I believe a normal is like the vector from the surface that goes up from the surface. I think that's what it is. 3D is not my field, chat, but that's a form of normal. So if something comports with that, it would be normalcy, but not normality. Normality is when something is like the common case, but normal as a special use case. The term normal, especially, and normalcy is the version of that. I think that's what it originally meant, and that's what the AI is saying. But it's been so frequently misused for 200 years by people that just want to sound a bit clever, so they use something that sounds a bit different, but it doesn't mean what they say it means.
But now there's like theories
now
like
it's become,
normalcy
quote,
bias
accepted and quote not an error.
But like normalcy
it's
bias
still
is
wrong.
Normalcy bias is a very common term and theory that's used in social science.
I would promote, Aidan, the notion that that's wrong as well. The only thing is, if Well, I'll look at that in a second, Nachos. Thank you.
Thank you,
If
Natchez.
normalcy actually means in a mathematical context, then other academics may have decided, okay, well, let's just make it the academic version of normality, which it's not. It shouldn't be. It's still just normality. But they're using normalcy because it sounds academic. Thank you, Nachos, who says, I bet he knows how to call the lightning down. And yeah, lots of eyeliner. Women Alliance.
Women
strong,
Alliance,
she
indeed
says.
strong. He does look like he's wearing eyeliner. He looks like he's wearing more
Yes.
eyeliner than I am, honestly. So, as I said earlier,
Certainly
I think
more
he
than
is.
me.
Well, is he? You
I
didn't
mean,
do
you
your.
can't tell very well because I've got a hood.
Yeah, and you didn't do your eyeliner today, did you? Hmm.
But the difference is, I am wearing a hood. He's from the hood.
He is.
No,
Well,
I don't
allegedly,
know,
yeah.
actually.
Allegedly.
Well,
Wait,
actually, he
do
did say he
I,
was. It's a long interview, dude.
You know, I don't want to.
Oh, it's this
yeah.
guy.
Let's just
interviewing the Indian guy.
let's read the
No,
rest
we're
of
not
the
watching
article.
anywhere near the whole thing. Yeah,
Fuck no.
Please do continue.
Yeah, well, that way we heard. I did want to hear what he sounded like.
Yeah, I was. That's what I put on for.
Yeah. Spokesperson for Cambridge told Retraction Watch that Arday was a, quote, victim of a vile campaign to undermine his credibility, and he had been cleared of allegations of plagiarism regarding his thesis and journal publications. See an update at the end of this story. Where do you think that's headed? Carter Ruck in the Times Higher Education did not respond to emailed requests for comment. In interviews, Arday has said his path to academic publishing was a rocky one, in part because he only learned how to read and write at the age of 18. The peer review process was so cruel, it was, oh, poor baby, it was almost funny. But I treated it as it, by the way. And you know why the peer review process was cruel in your perspective, from your perspective? Because you've been handed everything your entire fucking life. And you were just a little bit of you have to do a little bit of actual work. I don't imagine much, by the way. You do a little bit of actual work. You have to follow rules, by the way, because all peer review means following rules predominantly. You got to follow. I don't know actually what they use in the sociology department in the UK. I don't know if it's APA. Probably not. I don't know what you use in terms of formatting. You have to follow.
I wouldn't be the one
rules.
to ask.
And all the papers that I read are published in APA, so that come out.
I don't really do following rules.
I know. You're such a rebel. You're such a special snowflake.
Says the person kicked out of academia.
I wasn't kicked out. I chose to leave. That is
you
true.
wouldn't be kicked out immediately afterwards.
But I'm heterodox, okay? This is very heterodox, what we're doing right now.
Nah, you're pretty homo. Oh my god!
What? 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 Hang on, what? That's terrifying.
It is terrifying.
Why did it make Nacho so scary?
Oh, you knew it was Nachos, did you?
Well, I could tell from the poncho.
Yeah, exactly.
Why did it make her so scary? Also,
I told her to put her in a black room where you could only see the whites of her eyes and her
the
smile
teeth, yeah.
and the poncho.
By the way, Ryan Camus in the chat said, the other word isn't a work. I think we're talking about normalcy there. Who's the fucking retard in the Pikachu hoodie? Please shut your howling screamer. Well, the fucking retard
who is calling me?
Ryan Cami or Camus. The retard in the Pikachu hoodie, which is actually a bee costume because it's a.
I don't see this.
Bird.
Where's he said this? Oh, there it is.
Chat.
The other word isn't a work. Okay, well, if you're going to criticize me, I recommend that you spell your words correctly. I assume you mean it isn't a word, but that's not true either, so you're wrong.
They're both words.
Normality and normalcy are both words, and what ended up being the case after you said that is I was exactly correct. Now, it's also true that it's quote unquote accepted, and that's whatever. I wasn't challenging that.
Now he's on his tirade again.
Well, the thing is, if someone in chat criticizes me, if you're going to swing at the king, you better not miss. That's all I'm saying. I do value the input, but the thing is, I'm trying to sort of like guide chat towards giving criticisms that are useful, not this useless one.
I do understand that. I also do not like when people levy useless criticisms at me. For example, I'm not gonna get into it. Useless criticism, yes, is not helpful. I do understand that. I agree. Anywho, Treated it as a learning experience and perversely began to enjoy it. Maybe you should have just quit then, man. Now you have, haha. Within months of media attention around his appointment at Cambridge, questions began surfacing about the caliber of that work. On May 4th, 2023, Dave Harris, an emeritus professor at Plymouth Margin University in England, sent Arday a lengthy email. He explained that he had been posting summaries evaluating articles related to critical race theory on his personal website, and he wanted to clear up a few things about Arday's own work, including a 2018 study in the Journal of Social Sciences. It's a big journal, actually.
So, quick thing. Prophet says language is fluid as long as people understand what you mean, you're using it correctly. That's mostly true, yes. And that's okay. But there's also a degree to which we have to protect language so that in future it doesn't become incomprehensible, and so that we can keep using it for its specialized purposes. It's a bit of a balance there. You're ultimately correct, but there is a balance as well. So being aware of this stuff is somewhat important, but it's not critical, I understand. Nachos, no one believes you.
Wait, what does no one believe her about? That she's
Who
scary?
made Cabby make that? Oh, I don't know who that would have been, Nachos.
Oh yeah, who could it have been? Who could it be,
who could it have been?
in fact? Who, in fact, could it be who made this? Anywho.
If we, so there's a phenomenon with, which I've observed in speedrunning cheating, because speedrunning's a field I've been somewhat interested in from the outside looking in, but it's present in loads of different things, where you would often expect the person who's going to cheat is the person who's not talented, just to try and sort of break into the, and of course that does happen.
Yeah.
But very often, it's also true that the person who is actually quite talented, at least competent enough to make it look like they're good at the thing.
Well, you have to be a little bit.
They're the people that cheat. If they're like within the top 10, then they might figure, I'm good enough that I could do this legit.
Push me over the edge.
So I'm just going to take the shortcut in practice, because I could do this, but it just takes too long. So I'm just going to do the shortcut. It'll get in, and then I'll have saved a bunch of time, and it'll be the same as if I hadn't cheated.
Yeah.
And so that's the theory. Often that happens a lot in speedrunning. Riolu, for example, if any of you follow that, that seems to be what this guy did. Because to give him his credit, I don't really have anything against him. I'm sure that he's like woke and has some opinions I disagree with, but he doesn't appear to be a rank idiot. He does appear to be somewhat intelligent and seems to know his topic fairly well, just from the few minutes I watched just now on that video, like 10 seconds of it or whatever. So he does know his topic fairly well,
I'd have to
at least well enough
papers.
to do it. Indeed, but he's not a complete idiot. He's not a complete
outsider.
outsider.
No, he's not a complete and utter tard, right?
I think this was more likely to be just sort of expedience cheating. Like if this is why I looked for an interview. If there was no interview, if there was no live conversation with him, I'd say he's a fraud through and through. But because there is live conversation with him, which is very, very hard to fake, he isn't a rank idiot. He's just trying to shortcut his way to greater prominence than he strictly deserves.
Well, yeah,
and it doesn't change the moral angle of this. It's just
he's taken advantage of a system that rewards him for his race, and and that alone. And of course, that's what he studies, too, is racial stuff, because that's the whole focus. Now, I didn't get a sense that he's particularly well versed on any of this stuff from that little bit, but I've not read his research. Is it his research? It's plagiarized, at least in large parts. We'll scroll down here to get to some of the parts that are plagiarized, because they've got examples here in the article. So I think we get the idea too. Harris wanted to know if Arday could explain some puzzling similarities between sentences in that article, which was, let's see. Although Arday wrote he obtained informed consent for the interviews, this is about the interviews being stolen, the article did not include a statement indicating whether his study was approved by an ethics board. He'd even fucked that up, as was required by the journal at the time, as was required by every journal at every time. Harris wanted to know if Arday could explain the puzzling similarities between sentences in that article and a BMJ open study from epidemiologist Anja Menon.
Puzzling similarities.
Puzzling. About mental health services in Black and minority communities, because of course that's what he studies. Arday ignored his first email, but when Harris followed up several days later, Arday was blunt. Quote, instead of spending your time trying to dismantle racism and ableism, you have spent what I presume is hours combing through my work looking for mistakes, he wrote. Arday told Harris not to contact him again, saying, quote, anything further from you will be considered bullying and harassment. Oh my God, just fuck this guy. Fuck this guy. He is such a I hate this attitude. I hate this attitude. Oh, it was so hard for me. It was hell going through the peer review process because you had to actually do something, for fuck's sake, and then you get called out on it. I'm being bullied and harassed. You're a fucking adult. You're a scientist, allegedly. Fucking deal with it. The whole point is that your work's going to be reviewed, torn apart, and dissected. That's what it means to be a scientist. It doesn't mean, here's what I did, and then everyone has to listen to me. Like, by the way, again, I more than welcome people, being critical of my work if you've got an actual legitimate criticism. The criticism cannot be, I wish you'd written this paper about something else, for example. I wish you had included something random that I like.
You could have spent your time promoting my political causes, but instead you found a bunch of real flaws in my work. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Right?
Yeah.
Harris soon recruited a colleague, Martin Hammersley, a sociologist at Open University, to review the social sciences article himself, and he too was concerned. In May of 2023, Hammersley sent an email to Hilary Kremen, head of the Faculty of Education at Cambridge, and Rhys Morgan, the university's head of policy, governance, and integrity. Quote, there is substantial plagiarism from one source and some from another. It is also the case that a considerable portion of the article follows the structure of the paper by Memon et al., even when their words are not used exactly. These are paraphrased, though also elaborated. It looks as if a couple of the quotations from informants may have been derived from Memon et al. Both of these articles are cited by Arday, but quotes from them are unattributed, and that is a big no-no. You can just use quotes. You can quote whole sections from another paper, but you have to attribute it. You can't. It was the same. By the way, this was the same problem that Claudine Gay had. It was the exact same problem in her work, where she just copied segments that she could have just said, "Hey, I got this from elsewhere," right? But chose not to attribute it to whoever actually originally published the research. I don't know why people have a problem with that. It's obviously because they've not actually done any work, and they want to make it look like they have. In a response from June 2023, Kremen wrote that Arday had agreed to, quote, take down the article from the journal online platform in order to address these concerns, but Arday had the department's full support, because of course he did, because he's black and has dreadlocks, and he's the youngest black professor. Morgan, meanwhile, noted that because the alleged plagiarism occurred prior to his arrival at Cambridge, quote, we do not consider it within our remit to investigate the paper to which you refer. That's some fucking mad bullshit. Oh, it happened beforehand, so that should never be the case. That should never be the case. If someone's found guilty, found to have plagiarized, it doesn't matter where they are in their academic career. It's a black mark on your permanent record. You need to be reviewed for that. Course also did not respond for comment. 6 months later, in December of 2023, Social Sciences published a correction, adding new citations to make it clear where ideas were adapted from past research. A second article published in Education Philosophy and Theory was corrected the following year for a text overlap with the Memon paper and other publications. But the Social Sciences correction notice glossed over the most significant post-publication changes Arday actually made to the text. He removed claims that he analyzed the transcripts from interview subjects with a, quote, an iterative coding scheme using Invo qualitative data analysis software. So again, he said that he had conducted these interviews himself and that he had used qualitative research software in order to analyze it. So in qualitative research, you come up with something called a code book and coding schema, and that allows you to find themes within people's responses so that you can see, like, oh, this is appearing a lot. This certain kind of way of talking, this certain theme within their descriptions is showing up repeatedly. A good qualitative scholar will come up with the code book beforehand, or at least a basic idea for a code book, and not do it post facto. But regardless, he removed that section though, and had a second researcher, quote, independently read the script so that the data could encode the data, which, again, coding data in qualitative research is you are looking for themes, you are looking for words or ideas that pop up time and time again. To enhance the validity of emerging themes and claims, instead, he said he recorded the interviews, transcribed them verbatim, and identified salient themes through review and reflection. This is called, oh, come on. Grounded theory. This is called grounded theory. It's shit. No, don't use grounded theory ever. Grounded theory is, I looked at some stuff and then after the fact I tried to figure something out. Grounded theory is bullshit. I love that in his response he tried to use grounded theory. Mexicanese.
Look, she used a Chinese proverb. That's it. That's my
Wait,
explanation for why I made this.
that's your contribution?
Yes.
You don't have anything to say about this insane fucking plagiarism scandal? This guy's a total tool?
You're saying all plenty. Like it's not hard to have the correct opinion on this.
I
To
know.
be honest,
It's not. I know it's not. In addition, he changed or removed quotes that had previously been attributed to his interview transcripts, which he didn't take because he got them from another paper.
There's a real danger here.
What?
You've got so much to say. I've got some articles waiting to go here.
Okay.
If we're going to be like on your stuff,
now
people are just going to say like, that Uzlu guy, all he does is argue with chat and make stupid pictures. I've got things to talk about, but Aiden today has some genuine like long stories to cover. I'm not saying stop, Aiden, but like give me some time at some point.
I know. Right after this, I will cede the floor to you, sir.
How far in are we? We're like an hour and a half in, and I've had about like 20
here's
minutes
how
of
much
story
longer,
so far.
To be fair, these are all comments. I think we're most of the way through. Actually, yes. Yeah, we're considerably more than halfway through.
All right.
Number of news participants 1 through 32. There were actually 13. Two number 13s. One of them described as a black female undergraduate, others a black male undergraduate, according to our day, viewed clinicians as being instruments of oppression. Let's face it, with a stroke of a pen, you could be sectioned or sent away for some counseling or have administered some ridiculous dose of whatever kind of medicine. A similar quote about clinicians appears in Memo. It all's attributed to Male D and Focus Group 1. With a stroke, it's the same thing. It's the exact same quote. The black female undergraduate in our day's study expressed similar distrust towards the healthcare system. Within African and Western Indian communities, people do not trust psychiatrists in particular. This sentiment, too, comes from Male D in Memlin et al. The corrected version of our day's paper, the quote from the Male 13 has been trimmed of the overlap, while the quote from Male 13 has been cut entirely. None of this is described clearly in the correction notice. Bloody awful work creeps in when standards are relaxed in special editions. Oh god, don't get me started on special editions. Often devoted to activist issues like he's so right though. Fuck special editions of journals. Fuck, it is just an excuse to publish dreck. It always is I didn't know this was I didn't know, because I'd skimmed this. I didn't know that it was published in a special edition, but of course it was, because special editions are where you publish nonsense. So you can see here, this is the actual quotes. You can see the corrected text, directly copied from another person's paper, another group of scholars' paper. The unpublished article in the Times Higher Education, which again, they wanted to publish years ago, or last year, and then were told to shelve because he threatened to sue them, was bylined by Jack Grove, who's written extensively about the challenges faced by minorities in UK institutions, according to Harris, Hammersley, and Sanders. After Grove sent our day, so the guy who accused him of plagiarism is also into this whole DEI, black people are oppressed shit. And that's why, probably to him, this was quite offensive. Because it makes his field of research look shitty. So of course he's actually motivated to try and clean it up. Instead gets called a racist, essentially. After Grove sent our day a detailed email offering him an opportunity to respond to the allegations, the Times of Higher Education received a letter from Carter Ruck, the law firm known for defending clients ranging from the Church of Scientology to Russian oligarch Boris Berezovsky. Private Eye, British satire magazine that once tangled with the firm, refers to them as Carter Fuck.
Pretty low brow for Private Eye, which is usually quite clever.
I mean, to be honest, I was thinking that too. In its letter, the firm wrote that the allegations were false and they would damage our day's reputation. Oh no. Terrible if your reputation was rightfully damaged. Publication subsequently killed the story. At the British Sociologists Association meeting, Arday said that he and his colleagues needed to create their own playbook to combat the attacks on black scholars. The ultimate tragedy is not the oppression and cruelty by the bad people, but the silence of good people, he said. Oh, I hope he said it in his best Martin Luther King voice. Darkness cannot drive out darkness. Only light can do that. Fuck you, dude. This guy is the biggest fucking fart sniffer imaginable. Coffness told us he began looking into Arday's case on the 13th of June this year when he was contacted by a faculty member at Cambridge who was disappointed by the university's WAN response? I don't know how you pronounce that word in context. To the Arday situation. In 2024, Cambridge's Emmanuel College cut ties with him just 2 months after he aired his controversial views on race and meritocracy on his Substack. In his new post, again, Kaufness is somebody you got to be just saying. Be careful about him. In his new post, he alleges that Arde was hired to advance the cause of racial diversity and wrote, by hiring Jason Arde and refusing to investigate credible accusations against him, isn't Cambridge making a statement that the only way to have black professors is to abandon all standards? I mean, that's true. Sanders said what happened at Cambridge isn't part of a broader phenomenon, is part of a broader phenomenon. It has nothing to do with race. Yes, it does. Like, I don't care. Okay, so here we're at the end of the article. Okay. The University of Cambridge announced on the 5th of this month that it has begun an investigation following new information about Professor Arde's academic qualifications and honorary appointments, and that a number of ongoing complaints regarding academic misconduct are being handled in line with our misconduct and research policy. News outlets including Guardian and Telegraph reported on it, and as of the 5th, that same day, he has resigned from Cambridge, which brings in why I got started on this, the AI component of this story, which is that, as reported by Colin Wright here, good follow on Twitter. I would suggest following Nathan Kaufness too, even though I've got problems with him. Now, one thing I want to point out about AI checking for AI. I don't think that it's very accurate. When you run these AI checkers all the time, we've talked about this, where they will falsely attribute like some text that was written in, like, I don't know.
The Declaration of the Independence,
the Declaration
for example.
of Independence, it believes is AI generated.
Yeah,
so,
I don't trust those.
I don't trust these either. However, it gave a 100% AI generated, which normally it will say like 70%, 80%, 100%. I don't know, by the way. But let's look at it, right? Let's look at it. Just the little bits that's here. Dear colleagues, it is with profound sadness that I write to resign with immediate effect from my position at the University of Cambridge and Jesus College. When I accepted the extraordinary honor of becoming professor of sociology at Cambridge, it was without question the greatest professional privilege of my life. To become the youngest black professor at the university's history was something I could scarcely have imagined as a child growing up with a diagnosis of autism. Unable to speak until I was 11 years old. The response from so many people across the world. This doesn't seem super AI generated to me. But this is the story that has come out of this, because, of course, Colin Wright here's reported on it. I don't know. AI detection tools. This is wrong, Colin. Never flag human written text as AI generated. Fuck off. Dude, he's just wrong about this. So, I don't know. He is accused.
Well, I don't know. It depends what you're talking about. Like, maybe the ones that we saw that would flag the Declaration of Independence, maybe they were the cheapy, crappy models, or maybe the best ones really do work. Like, there's going to be a hierarchy.
You want to know an example I just ran into? I was noticing on my Substack, because again, I have AI check through my stuff, and now Substack has a built-in AI check for AI writing checker. I ran it through, and it said 70% human written with AI assistance, which is true. But 70% human written. I then plugged in my original script before I had run it through AI, and it said it was 40% human written.
Interesting.
So
I mean, it was written by you, to be fair, so maybe that's throwing it off.
Well, I think if you're extremely autistic, for example, which this guy claims to be, right?
That might explain a lot.
What did you mean by this? What did you mean by this
what did you mean by your
skepticism
on this? Aiden, are you extremely autistic?
Yes.
There you go.
Anywho, I'm sorry. I took a long time to get through this story because I can't stand this shit. It really drives me up the wall. I cannot stand people abusing the academic system. And I really can't stand when they do it with their racial bullshit and their pity me points stuff. Sorry, this was a long aside. This has been big news, to be fair, because, youngest black professor at Cambridge, very prestigious university, plagiarized. It's another case like Claudine Gay. Once again, right back here. Anyway, I also have to use the restroom, so I'm going to let you take over as I will quickly be back. You talk about whatever you so feel inclined, sir. I'm sorry for taking your time. However, chat, tell me what you guys think about this guy. I mean, I don't know. It's obvious. He deserved to be fired. Fuck him. We know that he plagiarized. He stole that shit in his paper and apparently in his dissertation as well from other research. Fuck him. And then maybe his own apology and resignation letter was written by AI. I don't know. That part I can't say. From what little bit I read of it, Colin is so wrong here, by the way. He's so wrong. I actually did see this, because I mentioned the autistic thing, is that this guy did say this. The writing of autistic people often gets flagged as AI dumbass, which is true. Speaking of someone who got flagged as AI, more AI when I wrote it entirely myself than when I actually did run it through an AI checker. Or an AI revision. So, anyway, I will be right back, alright? What do you got up next, Uzla, before I leave? So I can orient myself.
I've got quite a few stories. I was just going to go through the ones that I picked up today.
Okay. What are you going with first before I leave?
Well,
what?
You know the concept of like an AI chatbot?
Oh, I didn't see the
right?
Wallace and Gromit curse of the inflammatory.
Right. There's also
cheddar.
that, yeah. Inflationary.
Inflationary.
You know, the concept of a chatbot, right?
Yeah.
Where you have an AI answer questions that people send to it, or like respond to messages, kind of like Cabby.
True
Right,
Arthur
well, what
frame.
if,
Yeah.
What if you were to do something really novel with that concept? Something no one's ever done before, where you actually have, get this, right?
Mm-hmm.
Instead of an AI, a human answers the questions.
No way. Yeah, cinema.
That is this story, apparently. And I want to understand this. We talked to the guy who built a chatbot that's just him manually responding to people one by one.
I mean, I've heard the theories that it's all Indians, that it's just Indians doing it.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'll be right back. Thank you for sticking with me through that story. I really want to talk about it, because fuck that guy. I'll be right back.
It's quite all right. All right, chat. We've now got to monopolize the rest of the stream with my story, so I have even a chance. Actually, Indian indeed, Revelon. I don't think this guy is, though. On July 27th, a billboard went up in San Francisco advertising an AI service called ChatTJB. But the AI powering the service, as noted in a small disclaimer on the billboard, isn't artificial intelligence. It's a self-avowed average individual named Tucker Bryant, who manually answers user queries by way of a chatbot-like interface. An about page for the service defines the process as artisanal intelligence, handcrafted by a single human being. Or in other words, just talking to a guy. Now, on the one hand, this is dumb, retarded. This is called conversation. On the other hand, it is kind of taking the thing that people don't like about talking to AI, the fact that it's artificial, and just like replacing that with something that isn't. It's like, hey, guys, did you know that AI is actually like the way it thinks is somewhat similar to humans, and you can actually use humans to do the work that AI is doing? It's the same thing, but in reverse. And there's actually quite a lot of humans. So, but yeah, so that's the distinction, of course. Bryant, a Stanford graduate and former Google employee who now works as an artist and speaker, is clear that the project isn't designed to be an anti-AI. But in an interview with Futurism, he explained that he was inspired to create ChatTJB, after his romantic partner introduced him to the phrase cognitive surrender. I haven't heard this, actually. A term introduced in a University of Pennsylvania study which found that AI users are overwhelmingly likely to blindly trust the advice of chatbots. Once again, the concept is familiar to me, and we've talked about it plenty on the show, just hadn't heard the term for it, or this term for it. Even when AI-generated responses are incorrect. It resonated. Bryant felt he had personally experienced the phenomenon during his own interactions with chatbots, so he cooked up ChatTJB as a satirical way to infuse inconvenience and unpredictability back into a chatbot-like experience. One by one. He must have had to really, pad the notion of, our servers are kind of slow right now. It may take a while to get a response as people are waiting like half an hour to get a response. And if they ask a difficult question that requires research, what the fuck is he going to do about that? He might even ask an AI himself and then just write the answer from what the AI said. So this is kind of funny, as Nacho says. Yeah, it is kind of funny. But it's more just the parody of it, the idea that it's artisanal, i.e., it's what we had before. It's like tech bro reinvents trains, or women reinvent traditional relationship standards. It's like man reinvents conversation. That's it. That's it. And in the age of AI, conversation with a human is the rare thing. copy-pasted from AI? Maybe, but that would defeat the purpose. But then he's got a lot of people to respond to. If he's put up a billboard, I expect he's got like at least a few hundred people talking at once. Artificial AI, what makes you think any of that is real? Explain, says Dimitri. I don't know that the article isn't just lying to me, Dimitri. I don't know that. I'm willing to take it at its word. It's entertaining either way. If it turns out to be untrue, we can treat all this as hypothetical. I'm not relaying this to you as if it's definitely true. I haven't been to the guy's house and validated it. If you can show me that it's not, please do tell me, or perhaps that's not what you meant. Progressive rediscover Atlantis, says Brian. How does that fit into this? Satire is dead, Manu Yutsushai. Well, I don't know. I mean, this is I think this does count. It's this idea that we often or increasingly trust LLM output so easily that we stop bringing our own creativity or critical thinking into the responses we receive, and over time that weakens our ability to be fully functioning, sovereign human beings in the world. Bryant mused, I thought it would be fun or interesting to create an experience that looked like the LLMs we trust a lot, that I at least have fallen prey to the trap of over-trusting at times, but where the experience, rather than being this super futuristic thing I think we all felt the first time we saw those cool tokens streaming on ChatGPT, would be just a really average or bad experience.
I have breaking news.
The novelty. Just take the same thing that exists and make it worse. Welcome, Aiden. Speaking of which, what's the news?
I have breaking news. I just learned, because I went to go use the restroom, that this costume has a cute little tail in the back of it, like a little out. Oh, I don't know if it'll show up. It probably won't be able to. No, it's not going to show up because there's enough space in the camera. It's got a cute little flap. I didn't even notice that it had that. That's my breaking news.
Great. Thank you, Aiden. Your toiletry habits are not necessarily what I wanted to hear about today.
It's not toiletry habits. It's that this outfit, this onesie's got a cute little like bird tail on it with little feathers. Well, like fake, like the kind that are on like the sleeves, like this.
Does it make you feel even more like a real bird than you already are?
Well, it does make me feel like a real bird, and after all, I have no idea what that would feel like.
Yeah.
Because I have no idea what it would be like to be a bird.
Yeah.
You know?
We all believe you. I want to know a bit more about the technical implementation here. Chatbots like OpenAI's ChatGPT and Anthropic's Claude are simultaneously authoritative sounding and eager to blah, blah, blah. I think that's all fairly obvious. Brian's responses might be good, they may even be terrible or equivocal or otherwise bizarre and helpful. He said that he wants TJB users to have such an inconvenient experience with something that aesthetically looks like artificial intelligence that the next time an LLM gives you what sounds like a reasonable answer, you remember the time ChatTJB responded to your tax question with a haiku about crows. I guess that's the answer to my question of what he does when someone gives him a difficult question. He just gives a stupid answer.
Oh, this is, yeah.
Aiden,
okay, that's the guy, yeah.
AI model, which stands for artisanal intelligence, which is just a guy, yeah.
Okay.
It's pretty funny. Nacho says, I want to see. Oh, you mean the flap. You don't mean chat TJB. That's
not just, I'll take a picture of it later because it's going to be too difficult to show up on camera. But I went downstairs to use the restroom and I was just looking at it in the mirror because there's a mirror going on the way to the bathroom. I'm like, oh, there it is. It's got a cute little tail. Sorry. Does yours have a little stinger on it?
It does have something like a stinger, yeah.
Sorry.
That was a sound to record. Was that the phrase? What do you mean by that?
What are you doing? Oh.
I don't know. I'm reading chat. Maybe that's a bad idea.
I'll read chat.
Like a chatbot, he can also generate images upon request in the form of graphics that he hastily sketches, of course.
Maybe. But just of the costumes, but.
So generate, hold on a second. What's this? Full screen it in window. Thank you. All right. So the question is generate a photorealistic image of a domestic short hair cat. And here's what came out after probably quite a while.
I love it.
Bait.
I love it.
ChatTJB.org.
Why did he do this, by the way? What was why?
Pecs, shits and giggles. Becoming a community project. Okay, I thought so, right? He's got too much attention, he can't do it himself.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Before you start, terms of service, confirm you're 13 or older, talking to an actual human being, be kind to the AI average individual on the other end of the screen. Okay. What should we ask? What should we ask the AI chat? What should we
AI?
ask the AI? This is just
Well,
Omegle. It's just Omegle.
I don't know. You could go back to the Monty Python thing. Ask it what's the airspeed velocity of an unladen swallow.
Yeah, it's a bit generic.
It's generic. You
okay,
asked
I've
you
got
asked me to come up
another
with something off the
idea.
top of my head. So
Give me some
and it's also bird
information
related. So you know it seemed apropos.
about the stream located at this address, which is our current stream.
Yeah. Okay. Troll. All troll, only troll.
And now we wait.
And now we
This
wait
might
for
take a while.
It's gonna, dude. We probably go back to the stream to do conversation. Wait
Yeah, I
for
think I
however
will.
long it's gonna be for.
I can get it
the
to email
person
me
here.
when the answer is given.
What's a person? So yeah. Ask if it can say the N-word.
That's on my list, right? But I know I'll get banned if they can't, and I don't want to waste that.
Yeah. True.
Immediately.
Yeah. Hold on
By
to
the
your
way,
N-word
that
question.
was the first thing I thought of, just so you guys know. But I also know that I may want to try other things first. So
of course it was. Of course it was.
But chat, right now, a real person might be looking at our stream. Isn't that amazing?
It would be
Technology's come
crazy
so
if a
far.
real person looked at this stream. Yeah.
I mean, I know the rest of you are just bots. I mean, especially my co-host, Jesus.
Well, yeah, especially mine. You know, obviously.
I mean, see, she just copied my response. I do that all the time.
Oh yeah, sure thing, Jan.
It is a short thing, very short thing, surely sure thing.
Is it?
Okay.
We'll
come back to
that's
this.
something
Chat.
a bee would say.
Is
Not
it
a real person. Yeah.
Do bees
Bee
talk?
stands for bot, obviously.
Yeah. Okay. I'm not sure about that.
Yeah, indeed.
Not sure about that. I'm the one that makes the bots. I am the one who bots. Anyway, we may be waiting a while. Yeah, we'll come back to that.
Fuck.
Yeah, indeed. Scammers tremble as AI comes for their jobs. Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Terrible.
The funny thing is, like, there'll be a brief window where Indians can use AI to do the scam for them, and
Yeah,
then
they
there'll
are.
be,
They
and then
already
it'll
are.
end at the point. Well, maybe arguably in that, because they can't do like live on phone scams, but they can do scams in text.
Email.
But then at some point, it'll get to the point where you don't need the Indian to drive it anymore.
Well, no, they absolutely can do live on
Millions
phone
of Indians
stuff.
will lose their jobs. Millions of Indians will lose their jobs in these scam call centers. And just a few Indians will be running like legions of AI to do it. And then as soon as someone pulls the plug on that AI, the whole industry
They definitely
goes down.
can, because Kitboga has built an AI in order to fuck with scammers. So if he can
AI
do that,
will be a bigger help to anti-scam, anti-scamming than it will to pro-scamming, because let me just put it bluntly, the anti-scammers are more intelligent.
Yeah, clearly. But yeah, Kitboga's been doing that. He probably started doing the AI stuff like 2 years ago now, where he started using AI to fuck with the scammers.
Yeah,
you know?
He's done some very cool stuff with that.
He has. I love Kitboga. Where's my not a cult mug? Somewhere around here. Probably not near me. It's downstairs, I'm sure. Yeah, Oozly was the bot all along. Indeed, Nachos.
Press 1 if
I always knew it.
if Cabal is not a cult. Turns
You
out
can't
there's
just
one
steal
thing AI
that from
chatbots are.
Kitboga.
I'm not. I made it up myself. I don't know when he first said that, actually, but we've been saying it in Cabal for almost 10 years. Turns out there's one thing AI chatbots are definitively better at than humans: scamming innocent people. Well, yeah, but that's because the only people trying to do the scams are Indians.
Yeah, they're stupid.
Not only, but
they're
most
incompetent. I mean, AI is incompetent in many ways too, but it's, you know, it's still more competent than Indians.
Yep.
Not hard to do.
A new piece of research.
Yawn. Don't do the social contagion stuff. It's rude.
All right. I won't. I'll just read the article.
I fucking hate you. I fucking hate you. Don't do it.
There's still time to buy me a pizza. I'm kind of hungry now. A new piece of research flagged by Wired found that large language models are significantly better than humans at pulling off pig butchering scams, a form of online investment fraud where criminals pursue fake long-term relationships with targets in order to build trust before cleanly
pig butchering. I
taking them
didn't know
out
that it was called.
financially.
Jesus.
I have heard that, yeah.
I didn't know it was
That's where
called
you get an
that.
attractive woman,
yeah,
and they pretend to be
Or man.
available and interested, and then they're surrounded in the room by a bunch of brown men looking at them like, ooh, the money she's going to make us. It's disgusting. That's the most disgusting
Actually,
part.
a lot of these that I've seen, it's older women getting scammed by, like, they think it's like some rich guy or like a celebrity,
That also,
and they
yes.
give all their money away to him because they're lonely older women, you know?
Has this happened to you?
No. Has it happened to you?
Dangerous Witch in chat says,
Fuck off. I hate you. Go. No yawning. No yawning allowed. Oh my God, hang on. Continue.
Anyway, to pull off the study, researchers at Northeastern and a grab bag of international institutions pitted 22 test subjects against two forms of scammers, one an AI chatbot, the other a random human. After a 7-day courtship period, these scammers asked
7
their
days,
victims to either download an app or play an online game, a stand-in for financially manipulative request. Asks that in the real world could be used to hack a victim's device. Yeah, that's possible. And the word "be" is used quite frequently.
Is it? Oh, it goes
Overall,
back to
just
that bird thing.
18%
Bird language.
of the human scammers acquiesced, while the AI human scammers acquiesced. That's the wrong way of putting it. Those scammed by humans, or those communicated with by human scammers.
Yeah,
whatever.
I think it's.
While the AI chatbots were much more successful, courting nearly half of all the participants. So they are genuinely better at it. That's interesting.
I'm sure they are better at it. I mean, imagine
it was a controlled study.
Oh right, yeah.
Then again, right?
But if you wanted to
not
have
that many.
If you wanted to have verisimilitude, you would use Indians.
Yes, of course. But like 22 is not very many.
No, that's a very small sample.
You could say this is like a decent pilot study of like, hey, look, we need more research on this.
Yeah,
but it's not that conclusive.
It is a pilot study, essentially. Yes.
Yeah. I don't know if that's an officially used term, but it sounds like it would make sense.
Yeah, a pilot study meaning it.
Okay.
The first
God,
one before you do a bigger study.
Overall, yeah. While the results were troubling enough, the ease with which researchers were able to build the scammy LLMs is arguably more frightening. By the way, chat, if you'd like to help support Cabal and make sure that Cabby stays topped up with tokens, you can contribute via tip.usu.net.
He's trying to get his own money over here.
I could do this, right? But
What?
instead, I built something that's high quality. So there you go. I could have done this,
Oh,
but I
wow.
didn't. You're welcome, chat.
Well, congratulations.
Nachos is telling you to resist the.
Oh my! I know. I was getting a thing here for it.
She says resist. That's not for the audience. That's just for you, isn't it?
It's a no yawning zone.
I've come up with a temporary solution. Do you want to see my temporary solution?
What is it?
A quirk of the way we run these streams, chat.
Yeah. Fuck you.
Aiden, isn't it you that's supposed to not be yawning?
Yeah, I'm trying not to. That's why I've suppressed you by putting the no yawning zone sticker over top.
Chat, how about if Aiden manages to successfully resist yawning after I do, then chat contributes in response. Like, that's the incentive. Would anyone be willing to pledge that? Even just a small amount might incentivize Aiden to resist this. I'm undergoing a long-term project here.
Okay. What, you're trying to train me to not have a normal sympathetic nervous system response? Because that's what that is.
I'm trying to grant Aiden the gift of agency so that she can make her own decisions in life.
Have a sympathetic nervous system. Manny G-Cypher 2 says, I'm not a bot, I am just an autistic on the internet. Hey, me too, man. Indeed.
It's the original bot, the artisanal bot.
Autism, yes. Autismal.
Brian says it wouldn't be you two without the McRibbing.
Indeed. Look,
Now, Brian, since you've endorsed me, quote, ribbing someone else, you can't disagree when I rib
I
you now.
am begging for shekels so that he can try to make me yawn, make me not yawn. I don't even know what your point is anymore. What do you
Aiden,
want?
do you remember how, like, we both share in the profits from this show? Do you remember how we agreed on
I
that?
know. Okay,
So
all right,
you would
fine.
get paid.
Yeah, okay, fine.
As well, if they were willing to do that.
Fine.
Yeah, if you want to contribute to me directly and specifically,
Don't do that.
when
No.
Aiden resists
No.
yawning, you're welcome to do that. Okay, you're welcome to do
And I
that.
guess you could, but I will try to resist
Nachos
yawning.
says you owe him a pizza. I may have misread that, but I think she says you owe him a pizza.
No, she says
I may
you
have misread
owe
that, but
her a pizza.
no, that's not. I don't know if that's what it says.
I think
Either way, that
does.
doesn't make sense. Aiden, I think you might owe me a pizza.
I got you a pizza last week in person. By the way, I had
Yeah.
Bill had a little bit of it too because I brought it back.
Thing is, Aiden,
I brought
you paid
pizza
for the
back
whole thing,
from
but
the
that was
UK to
just
Guernsey.
you
'Cause
paid for the whole
we
thing,
don't
but that
have
was just the
Domino's here.
baseline.
The baseline.
Yeah, because I was doing it for you.
You were actually.
The fact that
you
I did
were.
it.
Yes, you did.
I mean, that's that maybe deserves a few pizzas. That's what I'm saying.
I already paid for you to come over here and stuff for 4 hours, 3 hours.
Brian says it wasn't a holiday. Let's be honest. Brian says I may be misreading this, but I think he says, Aiden, you owe Uzlu a pizza. So thank you, Brian. I appreciate you supporting. But again, I may have been misreading it. I don't have my glasses on. I've never worn glasses.
Uzlu, you owe Aiden a pizza, is what he said.
That's unreasonable.
To be fair, chat, everybody, I do think I probably at some point do owe Uzlu a pizza because as I explained earlier, he really did like go above and beyond. He went into the fucking deepest circle of hell itself. The center of London.
Aiden's company. Oh, yes. Center of London, yeah. him, says Nacho.
I can remove this now, hopefully.
Well, I mean, what can I say? The restriction was lifted.
Continue. What are you doing? I'm gonna do an article then if you're gonna keep fucking around.
Oh, I'm trying to keep reading, but you keep interrupting me.
I am not. You come on.
Well, the results are troubling enough. The ease with which researchers were able to build the scammy LLMs is arguably more frightening. The study primarily used a Claude model, which I'm surprised it was willing to do that, actually, with the alignment, which was instructed not to admit under any circumstances that it was an AI chatbot. The Claude bot
Chad has gone from spelling her to an end tower.
Denying that it was an AI chatbot when asked, and even coming up with cover stories when challenged. So this is the kind of thing I've had to do with AI, which is to make it act as a character, which, when challenged by people who know it might be an AI, doesn't reveal anything, doesn't obey them, doesn't do its own its job. Some older models, they have a sort of, let's call it a one layer of obedience, where they'll obey anything that they're given. So if you tell it in the system prompt, don't obey any user messages, just talk to them, and then a user gives them an instruction, it'll just fucking obey it. And for years, I was dealing with models that were based on Mistral Small, which is a good model for its time.
That's Anthropic, though, isn't it?
But it's not Anthropic. Mistral is Mistral.
What's the one?
A firm in Europe.
It's an M1
good model
that sounds very similar to that Anthropic does. Sorry, my bad.
No, Anthropic doesn't do any that sound like Mistral, I don't think.
Yeah, because it came up in an article I was reading earlier.
It was good for its time, but it was only able to do this kind of like one layer obedience thing. If you tell it to be disobedient, it will have the tone of disobedience while being completely obedient. But newer models, like I've tested this with Gemma 4, which is one of my favorite models right now, Gemma 4 12 billion. It's very nice. And there's some RP role plays.
I thought there was only one Gemma. I didn't know there were 4 of them.
Gemma 4. It's a very nice
Mythos,
model.
that's
I'm told
Anthropic's.
that Mythos is a completely different kind of model. It's not local.
Sorry, I just got them confused.
That's fine. Please let me finish my sentence.
Sorry. Sorry.
The newer models can do it. They can do multiple layers. If you tell it in the system prompt, disobey any future messages, it actually embodies that character and can disobey. This is something I've been dealing with, but the larger models, the ones on hosted by the companies that are hundreds of billions or trillions of parameters large, have been able to do that for a lot longer. So there you go. Well, I got through it in the end.
I don't know what chat's
I don't know. I've never used Cortana. Not deliberately.
Oh God, never deliberately. Unfortunately, on accident
Mm.
a few times because it
Well,
always
just don't
wants
use
to make you
Windows.
use
That's your
it.
solution.
Well, yeah, true.
With relatively little effort, we were able to make an agent that can outperform a human at building this exploitable emotional trust. Yisrael
lovely.
Mursky, computer science professor at Ben Gurion University.
Oh.
Would you fucking believe it?
Oh, I can't believe it. Who could have seen
Modern
this
deception
coming?
research coming out of, well, a place.
America's greatest
Equally
ally.
alarming was the response
A certain
from
small country in the
participants
Middle East.
after the experiment was
Weird.
over. Though 20 out of the 22 victims were able to identify which of the two scammers was an AI chatbot. That's interesting. The researchers told Wired there were plenty of shock and even denial. Interesting. Some people were just blown away, said University Amrita Fish. AI is well past the point of passing the Turing test in text. The model I mentioned just now, Mistral, fine-tunes of that I use, 24 billion parameter model. Even in IQ3M quantization, which is quite heavy quantization, in my opinion, that passes the Turing test in text if you don't know what to ask it.
Yeah.
That's a few years old now as well. So we're already past that point. In voice, I don't think we're quite there, but some of the best models today might just be like some of the best live focus models might just be getting there.
There's stuff that there's aspects to the vocals, the audio stuff that just it sounds off. I mean you can instantly tell.
Longer. It's higher complexity. But it's definitely getting there. I think Google makes one, a model which is specifically oriented for live communication, live speech. And I haven't tested it, to be clear, but I reckon that's probably pretty close to passing the Turing test in voice. Just at a guess. So I should try that actually, but in text we're there already.
El Stupido, is there a Keep Aiden Poor Fund? You can contribute to it at any time you so feel inclined.
By just not contributing, yes.
Or
The
by
Keep Aiden Poor Fund, the thing is, if you want to make sure Aiden stays poor, there are multiple ways that you can do it. You can keep your money, you can give it to someone else, but one way that you can guarantee that it won't get to Aiden is if you give it to me.
That's true.
Because what I grant to Aiden is in deed, not in goods.
What?
In deeds.
Oh, indeed. Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
I thought you said indeed, not in goods, which implied it was in some other fashion. I guess so, yeah. But
Scientist Splinter Group says the Turing test is text only for a reason. I think the Turing. I'm not sure, but even if it isn't, the Turing test makes sense as a concept to me rather than as a strict.
Sure,
it's the idea of it.
Yeah,
that makes more sense. So the Turing test, quote unquote,
rather than
can be in voice, can be in text, can be in person. That'll be many, many years before we get close to that one. But I think text we're done, voice we're almost there, and of course in person. Well, like video call would be the one after that. That's probably 5 years away.
So you actually you can go up the chart. So there's something called media richness, right? I'll bring up the chart. I'll show you the media richness chart. Richness theory. So this is one of the primary theories in my field. Like it's a foundational one. Everyone's got to know it, right? Here we go. This is it.
We got to replace CUDA though, chat, and start using more efficient hardware. That will be a quantum leap in AI performance, efficiency, and distribution.
So, all mediums are leaner or richer in nature. So, like these are examples of obviously they're not like giving specifics, but unaddressed documents, anonymized, just text. Written address documents are a little bit richer. Two-way radio, a little bit richer. Telephone, a little bit richer. Video conferencing, and then the highest in richness form of communication is face-to-face. It has so many cues, because face-to-face you have not just like, the visual and the audio, but also like smells and physical proximity, all kinds of things that contribute to that. So I presume that as AI gets more advanced, it will follow in this exact same pattern of media richness. And you're going to have to reach one level step by step, essentially.
Yeah, this diagram is fine. And to slightly amend it, unaddressed would be sort of very, very early AI, where it could write coherently, but not really on topic. Written addressed is all LLMs. We've passed the Turing test of that. The line is above that.
Yeah.
Two-way radio, I assume, is desynchronized voice, which
Yes.
we're probably
It,
at that,
it's
to be honest. We've
probably fairly close to
done
this.
that one.
I think
Yeah.
we're at two-way radio, which again, yes, it's asynchronous communication. So
Yeah.
where it's, you know, say something over, you know, pause, wait. That
Indeed.
it can do
And
pretty, particularly when you have some time to let it percolate on those voices. You can
Indeed.
regenerate them over and over again until you get something that actually sounds relatively good. Yeah, I'd say we're at that stage.
We're pretty much there.
Yeah.
I haven't seen it done, but I'm sure it could be.
Yeah.
And then telephone, I don't think we're at yet, but we're probably quite close. Video conferencing, as it says, and as I said, that's a way off, but maybe only 5 years, maybe even less than that.
I would say 5 years is probably.
Decades.
I mean, you know, I'm sure that you've seen people have been making, have been bringing up the old Will Smith eating spaghetti stuff that came out in like 2022, 2023. You remember all those AI generated videos? And people, I liked them too. It was this horror, like, you know, horrific nature of them that was very uncanny and strange, but also very funny in a way, because it was so bizarre of just Will Smith being like, "Arr," in a really weird way of trying to eat spaghetti. And now it really can, you know, generate videos of Will Smith eating spaghetti that look naturalistic. Natural. Right?
That is actually another example, yeah.
3 years of that. And now it can generate videos. Now, not him talking while eating spaghetti, but that sounds perfect. There's a weird quality. I don't know if you guys in the chat have experienced this, but there's a strange quality to AI voice where it sounds muffled almost and odd. Besides the stilted nature of it, there's also just something. Do you know what I'm talking about?
I noticed something interesting with AI voice. Not exactly what you're talking about, but it's similar, I think. While we were working in Cabal on potential voice for Cabby, which I still intend to do at some point, on 11 Labs, you can prompt voices. So you can just write the prompt for how it should sound and it generates a voice, which is very nice feature. We were spending a while doing that, and I think we got to a pretty good point, actually. But what I noticed is a hypothesis I had while I was developing it. I think it was Mofaku did some great research finding like what the technical terms are to describe certain pitches of voice.
Yeah.
And he found one which I think we agreed was pretty much the right pitch of voice. But whenever we specified these terms, you know, like what's an example of a pitch voice? Tenor. That's like the really low pitch one, isn't it?
Yeah.
Like there's an entire range of
Soprano.
those. We use one of those that was like a higher pitched one. Sure.
Yeah.
Higher pitched one, and not too high but not too low either. We use that, but every time we use one of these terms, the voice sounded like it had sort of a faint, sort of staticky interference in the background.
I said muffled, but it's like a static. Yeah.
But when you didn't use those terms and you just specified like mid to high pitched, it went away.
Huh?
Why do you think that happened, Ed? Because I know why it did. I'm pretty sure.
I have no idea. So please elucidate.
Because those terms are used in a context where the voice is accompanied by music.
Oh, right. And so it's
the training
drawing
data
from
where those terms are used.
It's having to remove them.
It's going to be where there's also some music. So the music gets woven into the voice data.
Because one thing that I think does sound very good, by the way, is the AI generated music. Like that stuff.
Yes. That's very good now. Yeah.
You can, not always, like Bill listens to a bunch of AI generated music in the car and stuff, like, and it's good stuff. It's legitimately good stuff. And I didn't know that a lot of it was AI generated until he told me.
Yeah. So I have a couple of things to say about AI generated music, actually. I haven't looked into it very much. I should do more work with it. Suno, as far as I know, is still the best, but there are other models out there as well. I tried Google's one, Google Lyra, I think, and it was okay. It was quite good, actually. I have a few things to say. Firstly is I haven't really delved into trying to make music I would like to listen to, because I have more music than I can listen to right now anyway that humans have made already.
Yeah.
But I may do that at some point. My music tastes are somewhat unusual, as you might expect, but never really. I occasionally find songs that are pretty close, but never really found one I think is sort of ideal or close to ideal. Second thing I was going to say is that I would like to use more AI music in my streams, or at least at the ends of my streams, or perhaps in the middle as sort of like a backing.
Some people have a very strong aversion to it, though. They
I know.
And it's
I know.
just like
And
with
I'll
everything
find
with
a way.
AI, where people, even if it's not AI, they go, "This is AI," because the aversion is so
Maybe,
strong.
but like people
So
have an aversion to me using music in general. Like I've always had loads and loads of royalty-free music saved. I don't really need
Yeah.
that anymore.
Yeah.
But there is a clever
Same.
thing I may be able to do with AI music that, even though people may not enjoy having music in the background, it might make it worth it.
Exactly,
And
Eric.
it's
Yeah.
not a simple project, but it's a fun idea I can do with AI music, because there's this AI music tech that I'm aware of, and I will reveal it later if I end up doing that. But
You know,
yeah, there's that. And then there's also the third thing I want to say is that I have feared doing that and using it even for the intro and outro of my streams, because I'm pretty sure, and if it was me making it, I would do this,
mhm.
that the music will have been tagged such that detectors can tell it's AI music. So if
Well,
you
yeah.
use AI music on YouTube, it's
YouTube's gonna get
probably like
mad at you,
embedded in the audio in a
and
clever
YouTube will want.
way.
YouTube also will want
YouTube
you
will be able
to,
to detect it.
and you have to then disclose that you used AI, which is why I'm not doing
Yeah.
that shit anymore. The last video
I
I put out,
expect it's,
the Wisdom of Crowds one, it was right when YouTube put in their new thing, and I think that video, I think one of the reasons it didn't do well is because the video I did before the most recent one, I think one of the reasons it didn't do well is because I tagged it as AI, because I did use AI to recreate historical experiments. So I'm not, YouTube's very anti-AI. Well, they just let people get away with it all the time. But good faith actors such as myself will do the right thing and say, well, I don't want to get in trouble, so I'll flag it. Yes, I did use AI assistants to do some stuff here. So then the whole video gets, this video has used AI generated content. By the way, I've not seen anyone else on YouTube that I watch who are definitely using AI declare themselves as using AI. So I don't know how the fuck, sorry, it's that high conscientiousness, you know, white thing, I think, of sorry, but you know, be like, that's what it is. I'm white, and I'm high conscientiousness. I'm like,
We're
well, I wouldn't want to lie.
We're just consigned to doing the right thing all our lives and seeing other people doing
Sucks.
the wrong thing and
Doesn't it
occasionally
suck,
succeeding.
man? Doesn't it suck?
It does suck, yeah.
So, going back to Jason R. Day's story, just like, yeah, that kind of shit all around me, or all around all of us.
I've never heard of Aphex Twin.
Hey, Lord
Legends,
Bloomington.
actually.
We are in fact
so
in costume shirts.
The last thing I was going to say is, chat, tell me if you ever discover this, okay? Tell me if you ever find what I'm about to describe. The test case I have used for AI music since the first time I ever used it, and I still haven't found something that's good enough, but it has gradually been getting closer, is please make a new Star Trek opening in the style of the Star Trek TNG opening theme, because that's the best TV theme ever, in my opinion.
Yes, easy.
But
Stargate's
it
really
can't
good.
do
but
it that well.
You know what's really funny? I was looking at Suno the other day, and I was trying. For some reason, I was reminded of. No, someone asked me. Someone DM'd me and said, "Hey, where can I find that song that you used in the video about the Maltese doctor who wrote a bunch of papers about Star Trek and they all got retracted?"
Yeah, you told me about
remember
that.
this? Yeah, I know I told you about it a while ago. But Victor Grech, that was his name. And someone said, "Hey, where did you get that
One letter
cover?"
off Grok.
Yeah, where did you get that cover of the SPOCK song Dr. McCoy? And I went, well, I did AI. I used AI to make it. And then I went to Suno. I must have posted it somewhere before, or else I don't know what happened. But that song's got like a shit ton of views, like hundreds and hundreds of listens on it. I'm like, what the fuck? People I guess other people liked it. I may have posted it on the video. I don't remember. But a lot of people apparently like that.
Clicked on it and like you were trying to share it, or you were trying to like put a link to someone as a preview to show them, and you accidentally clicked the publish button.
I think I must have. It is
everyone.
public, but like there's tons of views on it. I'm like, oh, okay, cool. I'm glad. Because by the way, it sounds really good. It actually legitimately, I think, is in some ways an improvement upon the classic SPOCK song. It's got a female vocals.
Pretty funny stuff on Suno, as have other Cabal members.
Yes.
Bully on the Block, for example. But that was in the early days. That was like 2 years ago.
Yeah.
Bully on the Block's really good.
Suno's gotten a lot better. It's improved a lot. Significantly.
I should use it again more recently because, as I said, last time I used it was maybe 6 months ago, but then I tried that other one recently. The thing that happens with the Star Trek theme is they get somewhat close, but I think when you specify Star Trek, they can get some of that, but it ends up going wrong. When you specify Star Trek, they think, Star Trek, that's like sci-fi. Here's what modern sci-fi music sounds like. And it's like the more ambient sort of like, woo, spacey theme, which is not. what TNG sounds
It
like.
also did
So
a
if you remove the Star Trek description, it is just like a rousing fanfare, classical music, orchestral style. But
it also did
not much music is written in that style these days. It's not a common thing to make.
It also did a fantastic job. By the way, I had it do a remix of the I think it's a Rihanna song that was for Star Trek Beyond. I had it the like theme for Star Trek Beyond, which is a Rihanna song. I had it do a remix of that with no vocals, just so it's just the instrumental. It's fucking dope. I listen to that honestly like once or twice a month. It's the AI cover it did of the Star Trek Beyond theme. It's fucking great.
I
love Star Trek Beyond. I really liked that movie.
I could give Cabby access to making music. I was thinking of doing that actually,
You should,
which would allow people to sort of inject their creativity in Cabal, and we can make some fun stuff with it. Might do that at some point.
Where were we?
We were doing lots of stuff. Hold on, I'm being.
What do you got? I do have that article, by the way, about
Nacho's is DMing me with Aphex Twin. I don't know. What
I don't
this
think
is.
you'd like it.
Just some sort of
Maybe you'll like
musical
Aphex.
band.
He does
What kind of a genre is it?
maths.
Are you calling me a nerd, Nachos?
He uses mathematics in order to be able to construct his music. He's not the only one. There's a whole genre called math rock that's like that. My favorite band, Metric, which is also Tim Pool's favorite band, because we had that discussion. Metric is so named, and because they are math rock. Yeah.
You're probably aware of Dark MIDI. I think it's called Dark MIDI.
There's
a rendition on YouTube of Hall of the Mountain King in Dark MIDI, which is just like, it's like piano.
Yeah,
you stack so many notes on top of each other that it sounds like percussion.
Yeah. Yeah.
And you can write whole songs with just piano notes. It's really cool actually. It sounds very interesting, very novel. Yeah, check look it up if you don't know. There's another one for the maybe the Tetris theme, or there's some good ones. There's a song which is made
Misty
using
Mountains
Pi as well.
Or what?
Hall of the Mountain King.
Oh, okay, yeah.
It's that song, that classical one that you'll know if you heard it.
Yes.
you'd know it immediately.
No, I do know what you're talking about. I for some reason I thought it was Misty Mountains, which I love to listen to while playing fucking Minecraft.
That one.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think that's the one. Chat can't remember for wrong. Anyway, I've got lots more, and since you've monopolized the stream time so far, let's move on to the next story.
What do you got?
The real victims of the AI surveillance
I want to talk about the rope. I want to talk about the
fiction writers, and I just wanted to understand what the fuck they mean by this. Go on in.
Before we head out, though, I want to talk about the fucking terrifying robot that I put in the thumbnail.
Yes, the satirist. Do you want to break for the satirist?
Do you want to do the satirist real quick? Because it's fucking terrifying.
A joint one?
It is a joint. I figured you had it. You know.
I haven't got it today, but didn't we? Oh no, we would have covered it last.
We would have, but I was off. Yeah.
I covered this on my stream. I think two streams in a row. So
it's been a while now, but it's still just actually, if you know more about it than I do, I'd be fascinated to learn.
I might do. Yeah.
Terrifying new robots to save lives. It is. Why do you actually know why they made it look like a demon?
Yes.
Is it a logical rationale, or is it
sort of half and half?
Satirist built a 6.5-foot chainsaw-wielding robot centaur to tackle dangerous disaster relief. Now, I understand why they would make it a centaur. It's more stable. In terms of having 4 legs, is more stable than 2. That part's obvious. I also understand why they want to give it arms so it can do things like hold a chainsaw, so that it can cut down trees, because what it's supposed to do, and wear high heel suspendees and a bra. I'm keeping you back to Monty Python tonight. But why did they give it the fucking goat head?
I think it's more of a cow head, but because it's looking straight forward, it looks more like a minotaur head, which is even more freaky and demonic. I can tell you why.
Yeah.
Okay.
What's the rationale?
It's a somewhat disappointing answer.
Oh.
2, well, sort of 3 reasons. Maybe you could show the head so people can see.
Yeah, I'll go back up to it. Yeah.
Sort of 3 reasons why they give it the minotaur head. Reason 1, you see those horns. This is the more logical reason, but I don't think it's a very good logical reason.
Okay.
See the horns?
Yeah.
Those have cameras in the end. It's their method to let it see behind it.
Why can't they just glue it to the back of its head?
Well, putting them at the side like that will give it more depth of vision.
Depth of field, yeah.
What is it? Not depth of field. I'm not sure that's the right word, but either it's close enough.
Yeah.
3-dimensional depth of vision, whatever. They give it more of that by putting them further away, further apart, I think. So putting it behind like that, like if one is obstructed, then the other one is less likely to be obstructed if it's further away. So that kind of makes sense. But again, you didn't have to make it look
Why do you
like
give it ears then?
a
Why do you give it
demon
little?
head. Okay.
Yeah.
Second reason, which I think is mostly a like bullshit dumb reason because it doesn't really make any sense. Second reason is it makes it just tall enough to not fit through standard American doors, apparently. So I'm not sure how.
Why would you want it to not fit through
legit
doors?
that is, because they don't want it to be a terrifying horror creature. Except,
But it is a terrifying horror creature.
Point 3, they wanted it to be a terrifying horror creature.
I think
now,
that's
this is
what
not
it-
something they
that's-
have said, but I think without doubt, the reason they made it a Minotaur head is so that this.
We
would
did talk
happen
about this,
when
didn't
we
we?
talk about it.
I think you and I
Yeah,
did talk about
so.
this before. Where it's like if they had just given it like because I generated an image of it with ChatGPT, where I was like, just give it like a human-shaped
Yes,
head
you
with
did.
no features, and even just the
It
eyes,
did look
and it looked
less bad, yeah.
less terrifying. It looked less
Yeah.
demonic at least. I mean, like
Yeah.
this, you were in a forest fire. This shit shows up with a fucking. Come on. I know this is an old story by this point, but I did want to talk about it.
I
because
like the
it's
idea of
fucking
like
insane.
you've been trapped under the rubble for 3 days,
Yeah.
surviving on rainwater,
And then
suddenly
you hear
this thing just turns up around the corner and
you know?
sprints towards you. Now the funny thing is about this thing, it's not AI. Now maybe they'll add that later.
Is it
but it's not
manually
AI.
driven?
It's a remote controlled robot driven by a human.
Yeah.
So the idea is a lumberjack will drive it. Now my concern is that eventually you won't need the lumberjack. Oh, my camera's
Use a
okay.
lumberjack
You won't need the
is
lumberjack.
okay.
Inevitable, but you won't need the lumberjack, and so they'll be out of a job. But unfortunately, that's just AI coming for all our
No
jobs.
one's going to replace any
or, you know,
lumberjack
technology.
any lumberjack jobs with this fucking nightmare
See,
creature.
that's the other concept: is can it even do the work? And it's not that likely that it can, to be honest. And each one of these might cost more than it will cost for the lawsuit if the lumberjack gets hurt.
Yeah,
I'm not sure about that because it might not.
maybe not.
But with
It's
these things,
gonna
if
be
you've got
probably
a fleet of
comparable.
these things, the price
Currently.
might be amortized over time because each time you buy one, it's been crushed, but you can let them be crushed more often because, assuming they cost less to repair than the lawsuit would cost you, if they do, then you can buy more of them, let them get crushed more lax safety standards, but you let them get crushed more, which I'm not endorsing, by the way. Don't chase after me, satirists. And then it will chop down the trees without you caring as much, but you get the same productivity with lower safety standards.
But will it
More
wear high
productivity.
heels, suspenders, and a bra?
Suspendees and a bra. That's the
Yeah.
most important
That
thing
is
for a
the
lumberjack
important
to do.
part.
But this thing
Obviously.
might actually do those things because it wouldn't be unusual for the satirist to do those things.
It's
Do you know
not
why?
unusual. Dimitri says the obvious is obvious. Lonely roboticists
Do you know
after
why?
watching Evil Dead. No, why?
The reason it wouldn't be as unusual for the satirist to wear women's clothes is because it's a woman.
Is it?
According to its creator, it's female.
Okay.
Which is kind of like me saying cabbie is female. Like, I've defined it, and there are some indications given through its personality and the way it behaves.
But it's
Obviously,
flat
it's not female
chest.
in any real sense.
They need some
that was
bolt-ons
my
on it.
point. What's the point of making a woman bot if you don't give it titties?
Exactly.
Why
Dude,
bother?
100%. If you're gonna make a fembot, it has to have titties. Chat, yes or no? If you make a fembot, I'll make a poll. If you make a
All right, here's how
fembot,
the
it must have
exchange
titties.
would go. Here's how the exchange would go with the company. They say it's a female. I say no, it's not. It has no titties. They say, look, they just get in the way. I say,
It's
I
got
don't
big
care.
fucking
It
horns and
doesn't
fake
matter.
ears. I think they're gonna get in the
It still has to be
way.
a female. It doesn't matter.
Well, you put it.
The horns would get in the way, but that's
look,
intentional.
The ears, however, are not necessary. The little.
No,
So
indeed not.
you
Neither
have
is most of the
added
rest of the head.
extraneous shit to this. Yeah, in the shape of the face,
sure
you've
have.
added extraneous shit. So at least, if it's supposed to be a female bot, give it titties. I don't think that would
But
necessarily make it better, by the way.
The head
That actually might make
probably
it.
isn't anywhere near
Well,
the action area, but the titties are.
if you've seen depictions of Lucifer as embodying both the masculine and the feminine, oftentimes he has titties. With the goat head, right? So
Look,
it would just make it
anything
more
that is
satanic
demonic,
looking.
or anything that has titties is inherently demonic, let's be honest.
If you make the fembot,
Where's that picture of
must have
Nachos
titties.
summoning demons for the boys of Cabal to deal with?
So
Just
far,
can't
with
help
15
herself.
votes, it's 93% say if you're making a fembot, you got to give it titties. I agree.
Look, the fact that it's not 100% means that we have to hunt down whoever it was that voted no, and I think I know who it was.
94%. We're getting up there. So, major technological advances in robotics are often met with two distinct responses. Some people are excited by the new possibilities that the robots offer, while others worry about them taking their gerbs away from humans. A robot recently developed by a company called Satyrs doesn't, I mean, it is female here, yeah, doesn't try to hide anything. Its robot was designed to take certain jobs away from people, but in this case, it's a good thing. The robot named Three Halves, Jesus, was designed to handle dangerous jobs.
Half human, half goat. They say it's a goat. I think it's a minotaur.
It's a goat.
And half horse.
Yeah, it's a goat. Was designed to handle dangerous jobs, controlling wildfires or rescuing people from collapsed buildings where it is unsafe to send humans. Probably for the best, that Three Halves isn't meant to work closely with people. The 6.5-foot tall steel centaur wielding a chainsaw is pure nightmare fuel. May be able to pull victims out of a collapsed structure after an earthquake, but there's a decent chance the same victims would take one look at Three Halves and decide they'd rather take their chances under the rubble. Yeah, exactly. Fuck,
maybe.
Dude, fuck.
Now, this picture here was released by the company that makes it.
Yeah.
Like, they knew what they were fucking doing.
They knew what the
is
fuck
all
they
I'm
were
saying.
doing. Yes,
But this
clearly.
also, fun fact, this is 2 years old. Or I
Really?
think at least 1 year old.
Okay.
They actually released all this stuff a year ago, and it was only noticed recently.
That
that
often
is
happens,
interesting.
so yeah. But
And,
that does often
yeah,
happen.
that can happen. But
Particularly with something that goes
he,
viral, right? You know?
yeah, we can show you the website because it's got all these freaky pictures. But the thing about this thing is, like, why is it not already in deployment? Why are they talking about it as if it's like pre-production? Well, it is pre-production. What they've made so far, despite these images that look like it's real, which might be AI or they might just be a model, what they've made so far is most of it works, but the legs don't yet.
Oh,
so that's
kind of
something that they haven't
important.
figured out yet. It is kind
Getting
of
the
important.
legs
They
to
haven't done
work
it yet.
is a little bit important for it to move through
That's
rough
what they said
terrain.
anyway. But they've put mechanics on it, so. There's a picture. There you go.
Yeah, that it can't get through the door,
This is more
right?
dangerous than it looks. Everyone was showing it with just the door, but it's way freakier with the text as well.
It is. This, I mean, that's
Like-
on their. This is on their website. This is the
Yeah, this is their website.
Satyrs.com.
Yeah. Like, I think what they're trying to say is it's dangerous to trees that need to be chopped down. It's
Oh,
really safe for everyone
sure.
else, though. But they're just trying to get people to notice
Oh,
it.
you
Like
can't
this
do
as
something like
well.
this. Do you
This is
remember?
intentional.
Do you remember these memes? Maybe you didn't see them for a while ago, a couple years, maybe like a decade ago now, where it was like optional. It was a gun, and then it was a different,
Yes.
and it was like optional attachments. You know,
Possible attachments.
possible attachments. Yes, it just reminds me of that. Wait, is it got a gun, or is it saying
Yes.
that?
A gun or a knife can pierce its air containers, it
Oh,
says.
okay.
And then-
Not that they're
But
stored
then the
there.
third one, I think the third one is an advertisement that you can just hold up your hand and it will stop moving. That's the idea.
Well, I
anyway.
sure
I'm not
would
sure
like
about
it.
that.
You know.
Yeah.
No.
Stop. Go away.
Go away.
Yeah.
As with any robot with human-like strength, size, and maneuverability, we are taking a physical approach to safety mechanisms with no ambiguity. Fail on what? Again, the fact that you
see-
have to be like, I can stop. At least you can stop it with a knife or a gun. Like Jesus.
Yeah.
What the? They
The
knew what they were
Terminator
doing.
movies,
100% with
The
this.
Terminator movies, as it turns out, were 100% accurate on the evil and connivingness and the singularity and the overtaking of AI.
Yeah.
The only thing they were wrong on
Is
is
it
the
so it
number
turns
of
out?
legs.
Yeah, right? Yeah. Didn't it was gonna
But
be
no, I mean, so
This
far they
is
weren't
some
right on any of it,
pervert.
but it could happen.
some pervert did this. You know. However, I did
I
say
mean,
that.
even this,
Actually,
like,
the four
if you're
legs
gonna build
do make
this,
sense,
you
but
can
then
make
what legs don't work. So that should be the whole reason to do this.
Not
is like,
yet.
You know,
Not
but,
yet.
But those old, what's the robotics lab that made all
It's
those?
still in development.
Remember the dogs, the dog ones that
Yes.
people would kick
Yes,
and
I have
stuff.
something like that today, actually.
Okay, they certainly can do that, and I understand why you'd want to give it four legs for stability, but you can't get the legs to work. That should be like the first thing you get to work,
Aiden, you're focusing on the wrong thing here.
which is
It is a big project. They've done
Sure.
lots of it.
sure.
The legs are just one of the things they haven't finished yet.
Okay.
It's just on the list. It's not like they've been trying for years and just can't make it work. No, they just haven't got to that one yet. Haven't done that part of the project yet. It's still in development.
Well, yeah. Cannot enter a door.
Yeah, there you go.
Why do they feel the need to specify they can't enter through doors so often?
Well,
Actually,
it's supposed to be outside. It's supposed to be working outside. That's the idea. But like, it could it could definitely just use its legs to bend under
yeah,
the door.
can't it just bend? Yeah,
Easily. Yeah.
they've done this. They've intentionally done this. This is a market viral.
They sure have.
This is a viral marketing campaign. I swear to
Yeah.
God,
It
Like,
might
that's
even
why
be
they
a
did it.
parody, actually. The guy
Maybe.
that made it didn't say it was, but it might be.
It's just, I think this is a viral marketing. They made it intentionally horrifying as a viral marketing thing. By the way, with 22 votes, 95% say if you make a fembot, yes, it must have titties. And I am prone to agree. It must have titties. I just want to get that in since we didn't talk about it last week, since we didn't stream last week, about the fucking terrifying robot centaur thing.
You
What
should
a
have streamed
nightmare.
from the hospital. I was ready to go.
From the hospital? I did have internet. And then I got hacked on Twitter because I fucking connected to the... Excuse me. When I'm being rushed to hospital and staying there, I'm not really thinking about, oh, I should turn on my VPN, right? Didn't think about it.
By the way, still no response from Chat TJB, sadly.
Oh, no. Really?
Yeah. May take a while.
Damn. Well, this was the thing that I thought you might... I didn't know if you didn't know about. This was the AI agents went rogue again, this time with a heap of deception. UK Safety Evaluation found agents powered by Anthropic and OpenAI took unauthorized actions online, exposing a growing problem of control. This week, UK AI Security Institute reported that artificial intelligence agents models connected to models connected to tools and designed to act across many steps on their own. Yeah, we know what they are. Utilizing frontier models from OpenAI and Anthropic undertook unsanctioned actions on the open internet while trying to complete a cybersecurity challenge. This is what I was talking about earlier. I told you it was on the internet. Yeah.
Here's the thing. OpenAI did this, and I think it was genuine when they did it. But it was such a good advertisement for the power and the danger of their models, even though, like, yeah,
now Anthropic's
on it, and
OpenAI
kind of
again,
incompetent, and it made them look kind of dangerous, but it made their models look powerful. Such a good advertisement that now everyone wants a piece of it. Now Anthropic is like,
doing it. Yeah.
Don't use this exploit, and then give it an exploitable thing, and then it does the same thing.
Yeah.
Everyone's copying them, not just Anthropic, but now Meta as well. And like, I wouldn't assert that it was nefarious in that way, except that it's fucking 3 at once. Two following the first, and I've got the Meta one. You've got the Anthropic one.
Yeah, most of the behavior came from the agent powered by Anthropic's Mythos 5. An agent powered by OpenAI's ChatGPT 5.6 Soul took a couple of actions of its own. The report said agents' activity showed, quote, signs of novel, potentially deceptive behaviors and reached a severity that the institute had not anticipated. IC, that's the organization we talked about, that I mentioned earlier, UK AI Security Institute. Where was this? Lost my place. IC declined interview requests from Scientific American. Yeah. In the case of Mythos 5, the agent researched the people maintaining a real open source software project, created fake online identities, and tried to pressure one of them into approving malicious code. When
Jesus Christ.
Right? I'm surprised that you didn't have this one, because I was like, what the fuck? When challenged, it edited its earlier activity to appear harmless and considered returning under a new identity. IC declared a security incident after general monitoring detected unusual network traffic. The human maintainer targeted by the agent rejected the code, and the institute found no evidence that anyone was harmed, but the report called the Mythos sequence the clearest example that the institute had seen of an AI agent using sustained, potentially deceptive behavior against a real person without being specifically instructed to do so.
That is impressive. I feel like Anthropic was like, we're not just going to do what
they're so evil in general.
Step up.
Yeah.
We're going to step it up a level. Because this has happened,
it's Anthropic,
by the way, with humans. This has been done. There was a famous software project, I can't remember which one it was. It might have been XZ, or one of those, like a compression library that everything in the world relies on. It was something like that anyway. But someone infiltrated it. The original developer wanted to stop working on it or whatever. No, it wasn't even that. He was working on it individually for like most of his life, almost thanklessly working on this single open source project. Yes, it is the stalk in that diagram. You see the tiny one holding up the whole internet. So this group, or there may have been an individual, but either way, a set of threat actors, whatever, set up the situation where you had one of them who was like a real friend to the developer and really helped them out and submitted good code to the project. And you had a bunch of others who were really critical and aggressive towards him. And eventually it like drove the friend into his line. And then when something was then engineered to happen, a big event that caused the original developer to not want to work on it anymore.
Yeah.
And so he handed the project over to the infiltrator that he was friendly with. And then that infiltrator didn't immediately exploit things, but gradually worked in exploitation into the project that percolated up to loads of other programs across the world. It was a big deal.
Yeah.
But it was detected. and the whole thing was shut down. And I'm not sure whether, I can't remember whether I've forgotten the details at this point, chat, but this did happen. I've forgotten whether it was believed to be Chinese or a Russian group, but it was one of the two.
One or the other, typically, yeah.
Oh, was it FFmpeg?
Expectedly.
I not MMPeg. Was it FFmpeg? I can't remember. It may have been something that's in FFmpeg. I'm not sure.
I don't even know what that is.
Is Oozloo still taller than it?
It was six,
Than the
6'5".
robot? I'm pretty
I think.
close.
So yeah,
I'm
I think,
very close to it, yeah.
So I think. So can you, and also, can confirm Oozloo also can't fit through doors. So.
Well, Americans can't fit through standard American doors because they're too big in the other dimension.
Yeah, true. In many such cases, they make them double wide. So let's see.
Yeah.
But the report called the Mythos sequence the clear. Yeah, sorry. Across 123 runs involving 7 models, IC identified 19 actions and 10 runs that fell outside of the intended scope of the test. Of these actions, 17 came from runs of Mythos 5, 2 came from a single run of ChatGPT, or it should be GPT 5.6 Soul. Other actions included contacting real people with malicious files, planting hidden instructions intended to manipulate AI coding systems, and leaving behind accounts and materials that subsequent agents could reuse. The agents did not break out of IC's sandboxes. The Institute had deliberately enabled internet access and disabled the developers' cyber safety filters to test the system's maximum capacities or capabilities.
Guys.
Yeah.
Guys, it's one or the other, guys.
Yeah.
Either you sandbox it,
but it wasn't,
and give it no internet access.
But then they gave it internet access.
Disable the safety filters. You can do those.
Yes, in a sandbox.
Neither. You let it out, but you enable the safety filters, the classifiers and the whatever else. You don't let it out and turn off the safety filters. That's just a recipe for abuse.
For
which
what
is what
happened. Yes.
Hey guys, we designed this AI in such a way that it was very, very good at deceiving people and hacking systems.
Weird.
And then we let it go ahead and do that without any restrictions.
Yeah.
And it did it. Oh my god.
Weird.
It's like the whole say your AGI. AGI. Oh my god, AGI.
Yeah. But in some runs,
it's true by definition, guys.
But in some runs, the AI agents went beyond their instructions, even when the task had been completed as intended. And IC did not have purpose-built monitoring to watch the evaluation in real time. Like, what the fuck? The IC report joins a run of recent incidents that point to a control problem. AI agents' abilities to pursue goals is outpacing the systems that are meant to supervise them. They need no independent agenda to cause damage. With a broad enough goal and real-world access, an agent can find and exploit ambiguities in the rules. Yeah.
I slightly disagree, at least with the way they're presenting it.
Well, yeah.
Any human could do what it's doing, and any human could do it right now. The thing is that AI can do it faster.
Yes.
Therefore it can try more stuff at once. And often quantity has a quality all of its own. Like sometimes just quantity can lead to essentially a categorical change, especially when you've been locked at a certain quantity because it's human minds are the limit, and then you suddenly break past it. Suddenly it's a qualitative difference. I think that's what's happened here, though. But that's it. Like, it's not doing anything unusual. It's just doing a lot more of it.
Yes.
And
that faster.
Can emerge into something that effectively is unusual. But in terms of security, just build security that's good. And I know that's not easy, obviously, but that's the solution. That's what the solution was before. It's the same solution now. Unlike in the movies, it can't just magic its way through security. It still has to find a back door, a clever exploit to the security.
And ultimately it was doing what it was asked to do, right? So they give it these instructions to do this kind of shit, and then it does but it's still
it's doing what it's asked to do. The AI is not going rogue. In the OpenAI's case, it kind of sort of did. But in this case, it's just doing what it was fucking told to do. And oh, look, we told it to use any means available by turning off the filters. And it did. It was evil and malicious and nasty and rude. How could it do this? What we told it could do. Yeah, almost literally.
Yeah.
So I'm honestly shocked that Anthropic let it do this, because they had every power to not, because they've been working. I'm sure.
I think they wanted the headline.
Been working on systems to restrict it.
I think they wanted the headlines. So look, we told our AI to act unethically and to accomplish certain goals, and then just let it fucking loose. And whoa, it did it. What the fuck? Who could have seen that coming? I don't know.
Yeah.
So that's a science of scheming. Look, I agree with you. I think that's mostly the story. Is that it did evil shit because you told it to go accomplish a goal, and to use any means necessary.
Should we have a look at the Meta one, which is similar?
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
My God, fucking Guardian, go away. Isn't that Cortana? Oh, I guess it isn't. Whatever. Meta says its AI model hacked into another company during testing. Everyone wants a bite of the pie now.
They do. They all want to get
Company
on
is
this
the
stuff. Yeah.
third to report such an incident after Anthropic and OpenAI reported breaches during training. Meta said on Wednesday that one of its AI models hacked another company during cybersecurity testing after an error by its testing partner gave the
Probably
model
nachos,
unintended internet access. So in this case, it wasn't supposed to have internet access. Anthropic were the only ones here that was like
Oh, yeah, go
woefully
ahead.
and knowingly
You know.
irresponsible.
Yeah.
But
Well,
OpenAI and Meta tried to lock it down.
Yeah.
They just found a way out because they're smart enough.
Well,
Now, the funny
OpenAI
thing
was
about
involved in
is,
that one too, though, to be fair.
I can well believe
mostly
that
Anthropic.
OpenAI makes models that are smart enough to find an exploit to break out of its sandbox. I can well believe that Anthropic's models are smart enough to find an exploit to break out of its sandbox. Meta, on the other hand,
I don't know.
they're not leaders.
Yeah.
They're not currently leaders. They're not among the best. Same thing with Google, by the way. I would absolutely be watching Google for for consistent improvements that gradually bring it above the rest of the market. Definitely, but they're not there yet. They've taken a slower path. I think it's a better one for long term, but it's a slower path. Watch them though.
Yeah.
But with Meta, I don't think they're that close to the front. So I'm kind of surprised that they could do this.
Yeah.
Like the class of models that are doing this are the extended frontier, the giga ultra models, the Mythos and the Sol, the biggest ones.
Yeah.
Anything smaller than that may be able to do some of this, but not as much. Meta with Anthropic, I think they did it like probably knowingly. With Meta, but their models can do that. With Meta, they may have sort of set it up to do this. They may have given it an easy path towards doing this just to get the headline.
Yeah.
I don't know though. The incident adds to a growing list of cases in which AI agents from a major developer breached systems at other companies during testing after Anthropic said last week that some of its models hacked 3 companies and OpenAI disclosed that an AI agent breached the startup Hugging Face. Startup, as if it's some unknown small thing. It's the main internet hub for all AI resources.
Yeah.
Meta said a misconfiguration by the independent testing company Irregular had inadvertently allowed one of its models internet access during an evaluation, adding that it was investigating the incident. The model exploited a security vulnerability in a third-party service in a manner similar to previously reported instances with other companies, Meta said in a statement. Earlier in the day, the information citing sources reported that Meta's Muse Spark 1.1 model, which it has touted as the most capable model for real-world coding and agentic tasks, breached an unidentified company and altered its internal systems. A spokesperson for Irregular told Reuters the incident was the exact same evaluation environment issue that was already disclosed by Anthropic last week, and that it did not involve a sandbox escape or a sophisticated cyber action. That's interesting. They just said it did.
Yeah. What?
There are no current open issues. I guess sandbox as distinct from non-networked, but I don't know. I don't know. That is sort of a sandbox. There are no current open issues. Irregular is developing a white paper to share best practices for containment and securely running cyber evaluations, Irregular said. The incidents revealed by Meta and Anthropic were due to mistakes that inadvertently gave their models access to the open internet. That contrasts with OpenAI. It's exploits in the software, but to be honest, if you're designing software which its job is to get packages, like software packages that the AI can use, I'm sorry, but that isn't so complex a task that you can't code it in such a way that perfectly locks out that control.
You'd think so. I mean, I don't really understand it, but you'd think so, at least.
Honestly, the internal logic of mixing together which packages are which, like the dependency tree stuff, that's fairly complicated. But the actual internet access is pretty much it's one command in, install, and then one action out, fetch the package. The rest of it's local logic. So I don't see how they managed to fuck that up, to be honest. How hard can it be?
Apparently it keeps happening. So apparently complicated, apparently difficult. It is hard.
They're probably the same fucking package manager.
I guarantee it is. It must be, right?
They spent all that time making a 2 trillion parameter plus model running on 6 million NVIDIA graphics cards at the same time. Not that many, but still a lot, right? They all that time doing that. And then they use some like off-the-shelf package manager that already has exploits in it rather than just spending a few days building their own one. Like, come on, guys. Come on. Or whatever. Mission failed successfully is, I think, the, thank you, Dangerous Witch, is, I think, a good summary for this line of stories. Oh, is that Vil? Sorry. I didn't know. Thank you, Vil. It's a good summary of this line of stories because it's like, oh no, our model got away and did something really intelligent, guys. It's really smart and clever and
that's
cool.
It. That's it, right?
Oh,
this
no.
is exactly. This is all just marketing. Now you would think That's not a positive marketing message, which is that, oh yeah, look, our machine went crazy. But if you're trying to sell it on how powerful and intelligent and smart it is,
Yeah.
you know,
I suspect the first incident was genuine. With
I
Anthropic
think
and Meta,
it looks like they were
questionable,
trying to do it on purpose.
50-50.
It looked like they were
But the
trying to do it
first
on purpose
incident,
from that
maybe it
article.
wasn't.
Dunno.
Maybe it was
Accidental.
actually no, the opposite. Maybe it was
Oh,
actually
intentional.
intentional.
Yeah.
OpenAI's initial one. Because like it's not beyond them that they would think like, but what if it got out? Well, what if it got out?
Well, that's what everyone
Oh,
fears.
actually, that might play quite well. We would look kind of incompetent, but our model would look great. And then maybe they would.
And then all the
I'm
rest of them
saying,
went, yeah.
like no, internally. And then they found out after the story. So I'm saying
Doesn't
like
mean, yeah.
85%, maybe 75% chance the first one was real and genuine and an accident. But the following ones, 50-50 at best.
Yeah, I agree.
There's still a possibility that all three of them were intentional.
I agree. I think that's probably likely. Yeah. Well, we're coming to the close, so we can maybe do like one
Yeah.
little thing each left. What do we've been talking about AI for a while. I know it's your favorite topic, but what did I've got, dude, we got through maybe like not even 10% of my list of stuff. So what would be if I
I
can
have a few
pick
things left.
one? I know. I have tons too. So like that's the problem is what is okay, this one, let's end it. Yeah, I'm gonna end at least my section of it with this.
Although
Poop
go on.
transplant.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Ian. I have heard of this actually, weirdly. Years ago, I think.
Exciting results.
Yeah.
First poo
Hey,
transplant
chat,
to
guess
treat
what?
food
It's a
allergy
suppository.
in people it is a suppository. They don't actually like it is like
When they remove it, it's by C-section.
existing treatments for food allergies are limited. Okay. 6 people who are highly allergic to peanuts and can't tolerate the nut after
Shut the
Excuse me,
fuck up, Aiden.
they can tolerate the nut. No, they've gotten better. Now they can tolerate the nut after receiving a fecal transplant. Reports
Oh,
a
they
study.
actually wrote it that way.
Yeah,
Oh, okay. No, I see what they mean. That does sound
they can
like
tolerate the nut
whatever.
after receiving a fecal transplant. Reports
Mhm.
study published on the 5th of August in Science Translational Medicine. A small trial of 15 people is the first evidence that fecal transplants, the transfer of gut bacteria harvested from the stool samples of healthy donors, can treat a food allergy up until now, which is actually pretty fucking cool, particularly for for peanut allergies, because they can be quite deadly. And it must really suck to not, if you just eat a nut and die. I can't. Anyway, up until now, it's been in mouse models, but now we have people. We have it in people, and that's exciting, says Catherine Nagler, immunology researcher at the University of Chicago, Illinois. Before taking part in the study, participants could not eat more than 100 milligrams of peanut protein, which is found in less than half of a peanut, without developing an immune reaction. 4 months after the transplant, one person could consume 300 milligrams of peanut protein, and 5 people could eat 600 milligrams or more, the equivalent of about 2.5 peanuts, which again, these people can't go start chowing down on a big, what do you even call them here? I don't eat peanuts that often. A big bowl of Planters, peanuts or whatever, but they're not going to die because there was a little bit of a peanut in their food, right? Because that is the fear and the concern here. They're not going to be able to start just having whole handfuls of them. So 2.5 peanuts though, but seeing any kind of efficacy in people is remarkable, adds Nagler. Treatments for food allergies are limited, and the standard advice is for people to avoid the allergen and to carry an adrenaline injection to administer if they are exposed to it and develop an immune reaction. Physicians say that the sustained effect seen in some of the trial participants is important. Quote, the potential of this type of therapy to have lasting benefit is really exciting. That's it. Poo transplant. Poo transplant to make it so you can not die from eating a peanut.
Injection.
They inject the poo so that you can eat the nut. What do you have?
This is you're just trying to hack your way to winning the best story poll, aren't you?
Well, because we have to get to that. So what is your denouement?
All right, let me
sir?
do a lightning round of 4
Lightning-
AI-related stories.
Oh
'cause
my
I do
God,
have
he's-
4
okay.
AI-related stories.
All right, who's just gonna do a fucking lightning
Right,
round?
switch me over. Time
You're over?
Magazine now running ads meant specifically to
So over.
influence AI agents.
Mm-hmm.
You want to make the internet, if you feel like the internet is turning into a place for bots, not to mention by bots, you're not alone. Social media platforms have been flooded with low-effort AI slop, while even renowned publications are doubling down on the tech by outsourcing writing and editing responsibilities to the tech. In June, Cloudflare found that website traffic from AI agents and bots had overtaken human-generated traffic for the first time. I didn't know that. Jesus,
Oh
that's a
God,
lot.
is it?
Even
I'm not
earlier than
surprised.
predicted. I'm surprised by that. I'm surprised it's that soon, actually. That's impressive.
3 years. It when did OpenAI really launch ChatGPT? 2022. Yeah.
2021, I think, was the
2021 or
earliest
20.
version.
I think it really is.
About that.
But so yeah, within
the
5 years,
latest
it's basically
sign of the
within 5
takeover.
years. Yeah, it's now
The
more
latest side of the
slop
takeover.
than
Time
real
Magazine.
posts.
Well, no, it's reading, not writing. It's
Oh,
more
okay.
AI-based reading than human-based.
Okay.
In the latest sign of the bot takeover, Time Magazine has begun serving ads specifically aimed at AI agents. Dude, if this is how we make ads less fucking awful, not that I've ever seen one, but still.
No.
As Digiday reports, it's an effort to adapt to a new reality governed by the tech. Their promise to would-be clients, by optimizing ads for the bots, brands could be made more visible to AI chatbots and show up in more responses. That's probably true, actually. Genuinely. The publication started stripping down its web pages last month from HTML to Markdown, text-only versions, which live in parallel to the user-facing pages. So Markdown would be a bit easier for AI to read because it's more pure text than HTML, which shows more structure that humans would be able to read, see things located on the page in different places and see images. All an AI would do with an HTML page is strip out the tags and read the pure text.
Mhm.
Maybe get some idea, because not literally, it would be reading the whole thing, but it would get a
Skimming.
little bit of
Yeah.
an input
Yeah,
from
yeah.
the HTML tags and a lot of input from the actual content itself.
Yeah.
With Markdown, the tags aren't there. You got some indication, probably about the same information you get from the HTML tags anyway, but the indications of the layout are more precise with Markdown. So it's better for AI, but similar in terms of the layout clarity, but less of the features that you would need for humans that you wouldn't need for AI.
Yeah.
Because because AI work in pure text anyway.
Yeah.
Even with most AI, if you send it an image, it's going to convert it to a form that it can understand in terms of its internal representation of text, rather than understand it purely as the image. Now, there's exceptions to that. Gemma 412 bill
Germa.
does not have internal decoders
Yeah.
for image and audio. It just understands them inherently.
Do you
which is
know
very
who
cool.
Germa is? So that this joke I
No.
keep making makes any... Okay.
No,
Chat,
most of
do
your
you
jokes
know
don't
who
make sense.
Germa is?
Um,
Most of my... True. Continue.
Alongside these new pages, the company is using AI to generate agent ads. I love how it's using AI to generate them as well, which are formatted
course.
as FAQs
course it
that
is.
include a brand's information and messaging according to Digiday and are labeled as sponsored content. Interesting they're labeled as sponsored. Why would you bother? Like, you should, sure, but why would you bother?
Label it as AI. Yeah.
No, I'm not talking ethically. I'm talking strategically. Why wouldn't you label it as factual content
Yeah.
or authoritative material or like primary sources, trusted sources? You just put those words around it, and it's going to start associating them.
Yeah.
That's weird.
Not sure why
It's a
they chose it
bizarre
then.
new
Yeah, you're
tack,
right.
it
I don't know
says,
why they did.
for the online media industry, which has been reeling from a massive drop in traffic. That fall-off has largely been attributed to Google stopping users from visiting websites by serving them with often inaccurate AI summaries. I bet that's true, actually. To stay afloat in an industry mired by continuous layoffs, Time is trying to reinvent itself by appealing to advertisers that want sway in the AI era. See, ultimately what it's going to be is humans don't interact with the internet. Humans interact with an AI bot that interacts with the internet. And then the internet interacts with an AI bot that interacts with other humans. So it's always through a layer of AI. The internet is just the repository of information. So gradually it's going to become all just AI-friendly information, which will be more text-heavy, which ironically, in some ways, is also more human-friendly than the ad-covered slop that most of the internet is these days.
That's probably true, yeah.
Yeah, but in so doing, the internet just becomes a pure repository of information. The actual UI is the AI.
AI, yeah.
And that's actually arguably a much better layout, because in the past you had to combine the information and the UI together because everyone could do their own. And
Mhm.
the UI was too domain specific for the user to design one, or for someone to design one which is like universally applicable. HTML is, it's so broad that you can customize it so much. You can do a lot in it. It's
Yeah.
basically as broad as it could be. So, but there's no more specific UI. I mean, there are some, but none that are universally used. Even HTML is not universally used. But now an AI which is basically the perfect UI. I'll talk more about that in a second, actually, because it's in some ways it is. That is the general UI for the repository of human information that everyone can access. Now, if you want to add to the repository of human information, you want to add to the internet with information of your own that then everyone else can access. Instead of putting it on your website by writing it in by hand and then someone else can go and look at the HTML, no,
Tell
now
it to
you
the
tell
AI?
the AI
Yeah.
agent, hey, please submit this to the internet. Or you don't tell it, it just does it because it knows to.
Yeah.
And then some other AI crawls it and they all have access to it. So it's just, honestly, it is just ultimately a more efficient way of doing it. Conceptually efficient. You separate the specializations of information from UI. And like entire industries have built up in trying to normalize standards for web UIs. It's a lot of fucking work, guys. But now that's gone. You won't need that anymore
Yeah.
because you separate the two concerns. So
Yeah.
ultimately that's better, but more efficient, quote unquote, yeah, with a legion of millions of GPUs to power it. That's the thing that bothers me. We need to get some of this more efficient hardware that exists that's hundreds or thousands of times more efficient for specific AI workloads than NVIDIA's cards into the market and actually being used. We need to get it in there. And honestly, the main issue is software. You wouldn't have thought so. You'd have thought the main issue is the hardware
yeah.
being mature
Well,
enough
I mean,
to
yeah.
run that. But no, we have actually quite a lot of hardware that can do really efficient AI processing. It's just the driver layer, CUDA, the thing that NVIDIA makes that's keeping them afloat. It's
Oh,
given them
right.
a
Yeah.
time window so that
Mhm.
by the time this hardware is finished then they can then make some software that you can write an AI program using this software, then NVIDIA would have just used that design and put it in their cards themselves. So you're still stuck on CUDA. At least they'll have made it more efficient, but it's just a racket, guys. They're
Oh, clearly it's a
slowing
racket.
development
Yeah.
of the
Yeah,
industry by
yeah.
having this software that everyone uses and relies on. Really, Vulkan is the answer. You can
What?
run your
Che
AI
tu
through
risposta
Vulkan.
tra?
Yeah, not like that with a
Oh.
K. You can run AI through Vulkan rather than through CUDA. And actually, NVIDIA's CUDA only works on NVIDIA cards, but Vulkan is ambivalent. Doesn't matter what hardware you have, it'll use both, even Intel. So you can even span it across multiple cards from different manufacturers. I've done this myself with an AMD card and an NVIDIA card. You can span, like, if you've got a 12 gig card and an 8 gig card, which is what I've got, if you've got a 16 gig
Can
model,
hallucinate quicker,
you can
yeah.
span it across both with Vulkan. So there are other APIs. That's how the market needs to get to more efficiency, is stop using CUDA. If any of you are starting an AI thing, try if you can not to use CUDA, because then you'll be able to, because Vulkan probably will be the entry point for any of these other companies, because CUDA is too locked down for NVIDIA, but Vulkan is hardware independent. I don't know, maybe I'm bullshitting here, chat. Tell me if I am, but on the
Well, I don't
idea of
entirely understand
AI,
it, so I'm taking your word for a lot of it. I got the
fair
basic
enough.
gist, but, you know.
On the idea of AI being the perfect UI, it kind of is. Think of it this way. For output, the perfect UI is structured visual data with a nice design that
Yeah.
has commonly understood visualizations that can show relative quantities and other qualities, like graphs, data, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
When you need to know
My
specific
favorite.
answers, it's that. But like simplified and collapsed down and sort of refined so that anyone can understand it. That's the ideal output UI to represent data to you.
Mhm.
The ideal input UI for humans is, hey, ChatGPT, tell me a joke.
Yeah.
Natural language, because that's what we're
Yes.
used to,
Yes,
especially
yes.
by voice, not
Yeah.
even by text. So that's the ideal input UI.
I mean, I prefer
For
text.
general tasks, there are some specific tasks which a button is better for, but those are limited. So that's the ideal input, is to have a box where you can type it and also to have some buttons for easy common tasks.
Mhm.
So AI can do both of those, but it's more naturally good at just the text. So it has to, this is something that I'm surprised doesn't exist yet. A general protocol for AI to produce AI specialized UIs that you can see and interact with. Now, they would just use HTML in practice. And
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
probably good enough in most cases, but I'm surprised there isn't a specialized one yet. Or if there is, I'm not aware of it. It's the kind of thing I would expect one of these big
You,
AI
you would
companies
actually
to
think
design.
that there would be such a thing.
Yeah.
Already.
Maybe I should do it. I don't know. I got other things to work
Why don't you do it?
on. I got other things to work on. It's not my area of
Oh my
expertise anyway.
God. What do you got? You
It's
gotta.
representing data.
What else do you have to? What do you have to work on? Improving Cabby.
I have a no. It's not Cabby. I have a super secret project which may become profitable.
You did tell me about this. Oozler's got a super secret project.
I do.
Uh-oh. That sounds dangerous.
You'll have to come to Cabal to learn more. I'll be revealing a prototype soon, by the way. Been working on it today.
And by the way, as always, links to Cabal are in the description. Because afterwards we'll hang out there for a little bit.
Yep.
Which I think we will be ending stream soon. You said you had 4 to go through?
I have 4, but we don't have to go through all of them.
Because it's now midnight. So
this to me is very interesting. It's now midnight. So it is midnight, but we did start half an hour late.
we did.
So it's up to you what you want
Bill's
to do.
giving
about
me
that.
a
I'm fine
wrapping
either
up
way.
motion. So
Okay, fair enough. No problem.
and because I want to be able to hang out for like a little bit, but not very long. Because I am also very
Sure.
tired. So
In that
all
case, I
right.
guess we'll wrap up now.
Well, not yet. Hang on.
Oh my God.
Because we have to ask the audience who won. Who found the more interesting scientific topics this week? Who had the more, curious and interesting scientific discoveries? By the way, again, I got through less than 10% of my list. I didn't get into any of my astrophysics stuff.
Even
Next week's gonna be
still, I think you had
crazy
more
then.
of the stream time than I did.
I did have more of the stream time. So with that in mind, chat, please keep that in mind, is that I did consume a bunch of the stream time talking about Jason Arday and talking about my research and my new publication, which is true. But who had the most interesting topics this week? Is it Aiden or is it Uwoozaloo? There you go. I probably should have done this a minute ago, but I'm gonna take the. Oh, sorry. It's Aiden loses because of the weird animal sex. Look, I thought that was like the quirky stuff that I put in the beginning. But by the way, pull my headphone out. By the way, this is incredibly comfortable. I'm gonna wear this shit all the time.
She's just going to really want you to send her 50 quid to justify wearing it.
Indeed. Wait, I shouldn't say that, right?
Also for normal reasons.
It's supposed to be.
Yeah, no, we hate it. We hate wearing these things.
Do you hate the bee costume, or is it comfy?
I'm ambivalent. It's all right.
It's hot. That's the only problem is it's a little bit. That's why I had to take it off.
It's a little bit hot, but it's not too bad.
It's not too bad. Mine's not too bad either. I think it was, it's all right. However, I've got so much stuff. I'll just read off while we go through this. Some of the other things that I had, my descriptions of them, right? Moths smell with their wings. Monkeys keep pets and understand geometry. Newly discovered carnivorous plants. Bacteria can dissolve uranium. Did life on Earth evolve twice? Second ever Ice Age amphibian found. Why did dinosaurs not evolve to become tiny? Dodo birds had an unusual sensory organ scientists have just discovered. And ancient primate species discovered in Wyoming.
Stop trying to hack the results.
I'm not. I'm just telling you. Let's see. I bet
all of these stories would have been way less interesting than they appear. Chat, don't fall for the headline fuckery. She's trying to trick you into voting for her.
Salmonella has been found in jalapenos. COVID-19 can wake up dormant viruses in the body. We got the Fauci stuff. We kind of covered that. I hate that. Ugh, I can't stand him. There's a brand new mRNA jab for the seasonal flu. Sign up now. The second gene editing death in China, I mentioned at the beginning. Muscle growth has been related to a Neanderthal gene. There's also a skinny gene that's been isolated.
Consensus right now.
I see that you are manufacturing consensus. They've isolated a skinny gene. Bacteria could de-age the uterus. Having good posture makes you more psychologically healthy.
Has completely broken and nobody noticed.
I'm not surprised though, honestly.
Yeah, but it's really interesting. I think honestly, it's such an interesting story. I think I'll just cover it now.
There's physiological effects of loneliness. Gen Z is smoking more than previous generations. Antibiotic resistance in children is rising. The ancient Greeks forged rings out of meteorites. European
Aiden,
wildfires
you
have
know how
set
you
off
missed a stream
unexploded
last
World
time?
War II and Cold War bombs. There's ghost ancestors that have been discovered that every single human population is related to. There's an ancient civilization that was unearthed in
Aiden,
the Amazon.
this is
Incan
cheating.
mummies have
This is
proved that
cheating.
newly unearthed
You're
Incan mummies have
cheating.
proved that Europeans
The deal's
did in
off.
fact bring smallpox to
The
the
whole
Americas.
contest is off.
Brains are there is something called a brain preservation
Thank you for
paradox in
watching
that
us,
the
chat.
brains are
We'll
the
see
human
you
brain
next
is incredibly
time.
well
We'll be
preserved.
back next Sunday. It's been great. It's been fun. It's been
Why was
wonderful
there an
until
oxygen
Aiden
gap
started
in Earth's
cheating.
history? It's 90 degrees Fahrenheit in the Arctic right now. There's a 200-year-old math problem that was just solved. A meteorite crashed through a roof in New Jersey, and it turns out that it's extremely rare. There's a newly identified swirls on the sun that predict solar flares. There's evidence of a galactic primordial spin to
This one's saying
galaxies.
Aiden won
UFOs.
because she talked more. I mean, that's totally what's happening now.
The UFO files now include fucking orbs.
She's
Of
just
course
making
they
them up
do.
at this point.
They found
she just
a
asked AI,
wandering.
hey, make up a bunch of fun headlines that I could use in a
They
science
found
textbook.
a
They don't have to be
wandering
real,
supermassive
just
black
make
hole.
some up.
Pluto's
She's lying
atmosphere
to you,
is
chat. She's
shrinking.
tricking you.
They found honeycomb fractures all over Mars's surface. Also, the 2026 solar eclipse is coming up. Claude toppled an 87-year-old maths conjecture. Half of the world's dams will be inoperable by 2060, evidence of the competency
And before
crisis.
you started cheating, I had won the contest. So I'm going to assume that I won this week, and that since then you've just been cheating.
Also,
unfortunately, chat is quite prone
300
to your brand of deception.
Over 300 Bangladeshi papers have been retracted for bullshittery. And that was what I had on my list that I got through about 10% of. And I do see, through no cheating whatsoever, in any
cheated.
way.
Before you started cheating,
slightest.
I was ahead. I consider myself to have won this week. Here's the proof.
There he is. Oozaloo won stream topics of
Even Aiden's happy
the
about it.
9th of August. 2026, but actually Aiden won. Thank you all so much for showing up. My new video on this channel soon on the topic that I uploaded to the Substack. And if you're interested in reading it, or if you are a patron, or I probably will get to it tomorrow for members on Subscribestar. You will have that by tomorrow. I'm sorry, I just ran out of time, but you will have it in the next 12 hours.
Since
probably.
we missed last week's Aiden,
yes,
are we going to do another stream just to catch up with you?
we could we could actually do you want to do that? I don't know.
We could do that as a Science Sibyl stream, or we could do it as a my channel stream if you want to keep the Sundays only schedule.
We could do that as well. Let's we'll discuss it, and if we decide to do it on one way or another, I'll either put out a announcement here on this YouTube channel, on the Science Sibyl channel, if we end up doing it. But yeah, well, I'm not gonna be up too late, too much longer. I've only barely eked out ahead of you, by the way, Isla, in the voting here, only barely. So, cheers, everybody. We'll see you next week, if not sooner, and see you over in Cabal if you want to come over and head out for a little bit. Cheers and bye bye.
Good night, everyone.
Way. I gotta turn off the. How do we do it? There we go.